Let me show these suckers how to ball out here. Oh, man, let's get this together here. Oh, layup. Oh, shot. Oh, three. Oh, it's like Brick City out here. Mid-range. Oh, my goodness. I can't buy a bucket out here. I missed the whole damn basket. Oh, my goodness. What's going on, man? My game is looking trash. Oh, here we go. Black Power Media shirt. Now we cooking. Trees. I'm taking on three of y'all with these right here. Between the legs. Oh, my goodness. Behind the back. Layup. Oh, did he just do a reverse? He is in beast mode out here. I ain't got to look. It's falling. Oh, my goodness. This guy is going 3, 2, 1. Kobe. Nice. Black Power Media, baby. Nice. Empower yourself. Go get you some of that Black Power Media again. Right here, blackpowermedia.org. Yeah.
You got to earn your liberation.
Yes, indeed. What's up, world? Welcome to another edition of Earn Your Liberation right here on Black Power Media. Diallo Kenyatta, Geechee y'all. I'm Jared Ball. What's up, good people? What's up, fellas?
What's up? How y'all feeling?
Welcome, everybody.
Good morning. Sorry.
What's up to the remixers coming in? Please like, share, subscribe. Put this in your socials. Let folks know to join you. And come on in. What's up?
Cooling, man. Trying to survive this spectacle of Mr. Cat Williams truth telling. I think some of y'all got hit too. I don't know.
Down weirdos.
I thought it was, I'm not gonna front. I thought it was hilarious. I think I watched the whole thing for the first time. I think that's the first time that's the most of both of them that I think I've ever watched.
I skimmed through it, and when we get
that shit got weird after the first 20 minutes. The shit went off the rails.
I think he was going off the rails throughout the whole thing. So I don't know.
I mean, he said some wild stuff. And Geechee, I don't know if it's just me or I think your mic is still not.
No? How about now?
It just sounds like it's, I don't know.
How about now?
I don't know.
How about now?
That sounded better.
Oh, well, maybe that works.
Damn, now it's too loud.
It's too loud?
That's fine. Don't mind me. Y'all don't listen to me no way.
Shit. I don't know where that comes from. I mean, we might as well start with the Cat Williams joint if y'all want to get all the silly shit out the way. How y'all feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, what did you have clips that you wanted us to look at, or?
I mean, we can pull up some of the clips. I think I got a couple timestamps, but I don't know. Because I don't know. You said you watched the whole clip, and I'm not sure that you heard the little Palestine dig.
I heard it.
That was pretty wacky shit.
I heard it.
What'd he say about Palestine?
I mean, when he was trying to explain what he's here for, he's saying he's here to be funny. Then he's two, he's here to be respectful. And three, he's here to
like y'all.
No, he said he said three, he's here to Gaza Strip mother effers. So he was talking about some sister who he was beefing with. I think it was I can't remember the comedian lady, the little loud lady. And he was saying he will blow it up until there's nothing left, blow you up until there's nothing left, and then when there's nothing left, he's still gonna keep bombing you. So
I mean, I think it's an accurate metaphor.
I think accuracy don't really have nothing to do with I guess.
So Biggie couldn't say blow up like the World Trade.
I mean, I think that's a little different. I think the World Trade and Palestine is not the exact same type of thing.
No.
So.
Oh, I thought he said something because I kind of bailed out, but
I mean, it was just really, it was a silly line. And it was him just saying that he would treat her the way what he did was the worst part of it is that he ends up politically defending Israel's claim that it has a right to self-defense
because of terrorists.
Because of terrorists.
Oh,
so he's saying this woman, he's on this radio show, and this fellow comedian and the co-host of the show, she starts bombing on him a little bit, pun intended, I guess, or poorly pun intended. And then Shannon basically asks something to the effect, one, he asks, because she's a woman, aren't you supposed to take it easy on her? And then two, did you just go too far? And he was like, what do you mean? He said, you know, basically something like, I didn't cuss, I didn't call her out her name, and I didn't make it about all short, chubby women and all women with short haircuts. I made it about her. And then I responded the way, and if you come at me, I'm going to respond to you the way Israel did the Palestinians. Because if you come at me, then I'm going to try to wipe you all the way out.
Oh.
That's
So
a
it
time.
was-
That's a timestamp right there. But yeah.
He left that part
okay.
out.
All right. All right. Here we go. We can.
And he immediately be like,
did you send the
it's
link
nothing
to play at the start of the timestamp?
Oh no. I send the link and
All right,
then
that's confusing.
But can we
hour and 9 minutes.
Hold on, let me I got it right here. If you want me to just play it real quick.
Yeah. Let's do that.
Hold on.
Immaculate and Gaza Strip it. That's non-political. Can't possibly respond to it. You're not sure of the meaning. And I'm going to continue hitting you because this is what comedians do.
Right.
You've been masquerading that you're a comedian too. And that's the fallacy.
So
nobody in boxing fights out of their weight class. If you're a 130 pounder, you don't just show up with the 160 pounders. You stay in your weight class.
Is that what you wanted to do?
No.
That she was out of her league when it came to, because
I didn't want to do any of it.
I know you didn't want to, but once she took it there, did you feel that you had to go there? Oh, you
go where?
You could have said, Wanda, I didn't come here for that. I just want to do the interview. I just want to talk about what happened.
Oh, you misunderstand my job. My job is to be funny. My job is to be funny first. My first job is to be funny. My second job is to be respectful. My third job is to be immaculate and Gaza Strip it. That's non-political. I'm saying if you do it, you let a terrorist accidentally touch over here, and I won't stop burning you down until there ain't nothing left. It'll literally be rubble on top of rubble, and I'll still be bombing. Why? Because that's why you should mind your business. This is what F around and find out is about.
You still think that's
you left out terrorist.
Well,
Did you say that? I mean, you're like, yeah, I'm just gonna have Jared explain things to me from now on. Because I do think that being a relentless bomber in Gaza, I think that is the reality that we're dealing with. Bombs over Baghdad. I mean, it's and I think having Cat Williams talk about, from the way you put it out there, just bombing rubble, I think that's the only way some people will get it. But I didn't know he, as Jared clarified, he put it in terms of self-defense or combating terrorists. That is disgusting. But I mean, we can't forget, Cat Williams has always been patriotic and status quo. I mean, I've seen him do stand-up, and in his stand-up, he always talks about this is America, and America's a great country. And even when he's critiquing America, he talks about it in the context of America failing to live up to being what America truly is. So, I'm not in any way surprised.
A couple things, like I remember in one of Charlemagne's show on Comedy Central, where he brought Ian Dunlap on, and then Ian Dunlap's supposed to be this master investor, and then he brought Kevin Hart, and he had Kevin Hart talking like he know investment. And so this idea of like bringing celebrities, in particular comedians, to the space and trying to create this image of how intelligent they are. So even at the beginning of the episode, Cat Williams says, "I'm only here to Shannon Sharp's show because you make it safe for people to come here and tell the truth." And then ironically, throughout the commercials, I see a bunch of like anti-communist propaganda that's going around all over the place. But he immediately talks about how from 8 to 12, he read 3,000 books.
Yeah, that was crazy.
A year.
A year.
A year.
When he was 6 to 8 years old. Not now.
No. He said 8 to 12. He said 8 to 12. He said
8 to 12, some shit like
and then, and then when he turned 13, he leaves home because he's beefing with his dad about some weird stuff. He says his dad accused him of doing something sexual, some sexual acts. Right?
His dad had a dream about him committing an act. And Jehovah's Witnesses believes that Jehovah can communicate truth to them through dreams. And so he was talking about him being disfellowshipped. That's the thing.
Oh, I appreciate that because he didn't clarify that during the interview. So thanks.
But he never, but that's the thing.
Sure
he didn't, he talk about everybody, but he won't talk about the Jehovah's Witness cult. So Cat ain't as hardcore as he pretends to be sometimes. He does pick and choose who he's willing to call out. Because when he said that word disfellowship, that's when I immediately knew, because I had a friend whose mother was told by the Jehovah's Witness, her handler within the Jehovah's Witness, that he was demon possessed, and that he brought a demon into the fellowship, and it flipped over furniture after he left. So I was very familiar about what Cat was saying he was going through.
And also, so after the 8 to 12, 3,000 books joint, he at 13 runs away from home with his dog and jumps in the truck in Ohio, a trucker, and the trucker just allowed his kid to go with him down to Florida. So he goes from Ohio to Florida at 13, starting doing his thing, have a baby by 18, become a single dad.
Doing his thing, he was interviewing homeless doctors, homeless lawyers, homeless professors.
That's what he said, yeah.
While he was down there.
And I mean, but he said he made it. He had this deep conversation with God, and he was telling God, like, this comedy thing got to work. I ain't got nothing left. I'm a single dad. And supposedly God blessed him to be the truth teller of all comedians. But so again, what does this say about people? Like that whole thing. I mean, I don't even remember. I skipped through the jokes because I've saw enough clips, but I just wanted to kind of see what he was saying. But people can watch this and forget skip over all the things that he was saying, and just really focus on some of the things. And then they go on to find things. Oh, look, they pull up all the comedians with white or light-skinned girlfriends, and they say, "See, he's telling the truth." And then Ricky Smiley responds, "See, he's telling the truth." And that's kind of the center of this spectacle. So what do you say about that celebrity culture?
It ain't just celebrity culture though.
You don't think this has nothing to do with being celebrity? Because I feel like that, I don't know that it would have all the views, just like with Charleston and Cam video. I don't think reached to what their video, Shannon and Cat video right now. I think they almost at 12 million, and I don't know if Charleston and them cap out at 4 or 5 million in a few days. So this is going to continuously be a thing. Obviously, it's already been a thing, but yeah, I think it's very rooted in being celebrities. I don't think a regular podcast can pull that off without having some type of celebrity coming and giving some gossip or giving people some truth or whatever.
Honestly, all I keep thinking is, even as I watched it, and got a lot of petty enjoyment. Again, I don't know. I've never seen Cat stand up. I didn't watch almost any of the movies that they're referencing. I don't think I saw any of the subsequent Fridays, not in any meaningful way, or any of these other things that Cat has been in. I was just watching it for the hate, the pettiness. I was riveted by the contradictions and the spectacle of it all. That I mean, because I remember Sterling and Channing Sharp when I used to watch football.
Yeah, Sterling with the
And it's amazing to me to see him sitting there. First of all, to see him sitting there, he's got to be well over 50 at this point. Right? He's older than me, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Shannon, and he's got to be close to my age. But in this, I was laughing because I was like, I'm glad he wore a sweatsuit that differed from his actual complexion, so I could see that he was actually wearing clothes because the thing was so tight. And then he's going to sit there and respond to Cat Williams talking about, you got to keep it real, and you wouldn't allow someone to come into the locker room on steroids and claim to be a real football player. And I'm sitting there like, are you joking? I was like, is that part of the routine? You sit there, Chitty Bacha said he's 55 years old. First of all, I am hating and being petty here. There's nobody of that age who is in that level of shape without being on something. And to be on some hormone or whatever. But the point is, it don't matter. The point is that there's no way he was in an NFL locker room for however many years talking about, I'm going to get rid of the fake steroids users and keep it real in the locker room. So Cat kept coming back to that. So he kept using that analogy to talk about why he's got to be real and tell the truth. So and again, ultimately all I kept thinking was, this is just more of the psychological warfare. This is it's just, that's all of I can think of it at this, even as I'm at moments riveted by it. And thinking that I don't know, on some level this passes as political discourse and being somewhat frustrated by that, but
of course. But Diallo, you said it has nothing to do with celebrity. What you mean about Club Shay Shay? No celebrity
Club
stuff.
Shay Shay.
No, well, I'm sorry. What I meant to say, that this is not exclusive to celebrity culture.
Yeah.
But one thing I do think that resonates that resonates with me is that a lot of these people who are icons, who are leaders, who are giving us turkeys on the holidays and are basically, because as you said, where it is celebrity. So yeah, I do understand these are celebrities. But this type of shit goes on in all circles. I mean, academia, the church, the black church, and anywhere you can find. I just think that we see it more in celebrities because they're upfront and public figures. But just how in his targeting of these other public figures, just how relatively, I mean, pathetic they all are. These people we see as aspirational, these people we define as powerful, these people we define as successful. And it's just that whole arena and area of celebrity, because as a celebrity is, to me, is not someone who entertains or is someone who is aspirational within the culture and promoted by the status quo, promoted by the establishment, promoted by those who control and own the means of production, as someone that the masses, the working classes and the masses should look up to and should notice and recognize and follow. Culture leaders and thought leaders, just how fucking pathetic they all are. And when we look behind the veil of someone who where he talked about his name, every time I try to think of his name, all I see is but let me not go into that. But what's the guy? Steve Harvey.
Oh yeah.
He's writing books. He's lecture tours. Has
financial advice.
He has a retreat for young men where he brings all these young men, and the criteria is that the young black men have to come from single mothers, and he brings them out on these huge charter boats, might as well be slave boats, but charter buses, and
yeah.
brings them out to these golf course
It's actually in Georgia, yeah. Mostly
and he teaches them how to tie ties, and they have how to wear ties and how to make eye contact and give firm handshake. And then he got that one Paula Dean, that racist white blonde, bleach blonde Southern belle, to come and cater their meals for them, you know, for all these black boys. So this guy is somebody that transcended comedy and becomes, and he went to Africa and went to the slave castles in Almina and wore an African dashiki that he had custom made with his Greek fraternity letters on it. So I mean, anytime someone like that, and those other figures, Ricky Smiley, who has been hella problematic, misogynistic against the black women, and when his son was on that reality show and said, I don't date black women. I don't date black women. And then he told his son, we make too much money to get involved, because the community was outraged. And and then even Cat Williams sat there and said that his fame is from white people, and white people got him famous, and he prefers to perform for white people. I mean, even in trying to condemn others, Cat Williams, you know, his tattered underwear was showing too. So ultimately, my ultimate takeaway is that these Negroes in the public eyes, these minstrels, are pathetic. And anytime, if I say let them destroy each other, if we can't bring them down, I hope they bring each other down.
Yeah, but also I think even the idea of the minstrels and the impact and the role of the celebrity, and then when and what they say and how people engage. So, for instance, he immediately also said, like, oh, this has nothing to do with race. This is about God, and I'm on God's side, and his job is to expose lies. So it's like there's multiple times that there's lines that kind of, not only he's a celebrity, but posed to him to be authority, and him doing something that, you know, is worth, oh, we got to kind of expose some stuff. And again, it's not acting like or saying anything about exposing lies about, you know, Israel, all these other things.
Well, he literally said he can't speak outside of comedy. And every time, within the first 5 minutes of the interview, he's like, listen, I don't know nothing. He said, if it's outside of comedy, then I'm not
black entertainment
to go to. No, he literally said comedy, not even entertainment. Oh, okay. And it's obvious. I mean, he sat there and said that when it comes to comedy, I can speak with full confidence. Anything outside of comedy, I don't know shit. And then proceeded to say every time they went outside of the arena of comedy, the shit went completely off the rails.
Right.
So he talked it and he lived it. So anybody listening to Cap again, and then he talked about sobriety and how it's just wild. But
well, he said if it's not nicotine or weed, he leaves it alone, as he sat there sipping some liquor.
Right. So like Cat Williams, again, I think I appreciate that first 20 minutes, first 30 minutes. I didn't make it a full hour into it. Thank goodness I missed the Gaza stuff, but I've always been turned off by how he was like, this is America, damn it. This is America.
Oh, like, he's done some anti-immigrant clip, at least in clips that I've seen. He does the whole.
So he's a status quo. Yeah. He's patriotic, and he's status quo. He's one of them. I was homeless. I came from nothing, and due to the opportunity of America and America being what it is. And so he's a patriotic black man. So like he said, I think we should take him at his word when he said, if he's talking about anything then to jokes and making you laugh, if it's anything outside of that, tune out, because there's really nothing of substance or value there beyond the jokes.
So real quick, before we move on, were we amending the chat comment rule? Are we going to address them during the segment or wait? Cool. I just want to make sure.
We could do it that way.
So just a couple that I caught here. Jared, he was taking shots at Shannon, and Shannon was too goofy to realize it. Maybe I didn't register. Maybe I am too, because I didn't register him taking shit. I mean, I thought he had developed, that his cat had developed, I thought, a nice device for being critical of the host of the show he's on by doing that sort of, Shannon, you make this space to tell truths, and you let other people get away with telling lies.
Yeah.
And then, you should have pushed on this question. Like I thought it was a good device to keep it friendly, but also let Shannon know you didn't ask the right questions. And that's when I was always thinking, yeah, because he's a football player who got a gig. I mean, he's not, but so that was but maybe, and I'm sure.
I could definitely see the Shannon jabs, because from what I saw a couple of cat stand-ups, but I heard a bunch of interviews, and he does do, like, he's normally smarter than the interviewer. Like, out of all the celebrities that's interviewing him or whatever, he's normally smarter than them, and he's normally
he's been reading 3,000 books a year since he was 8.
Yeah, so I probably saw that too in terms of those jabs, because he kept saying things about football references that might have, like, been an underhand at Shannon. So I can agree with that.
All right, and then one other comment from Monica: genocide is not a fucking joke. I agree. And just wanted to co-sign that.
I don't think saying that, I'll bomb the rubble is saying that genocide is a joke. But if you look especially at Jewish history and Jewish culture and Jewish media surrounding Hitler and the Holocaust, humor is a way to communicate painful things in a way that can be absorbed. If you just look at The Producers, which was one of the most longest running, most successful theatrical ventures. So genocide is not a joke, but comedy and humor can be utilized. I mean, from Richard Pryor and his comedy Super Nigger and talking about racism. And if you look at other politicized comedians, I think that from the way Geechee described it, if a comedian says, I'm like Israel and I'm going to bomb rubble, I think that is a condemnation of Israel, not a dismissal of genocide.
Well, bomb rubble was afterward. So first he said bombing,
again,
and then
Geechee, I know, like I said, don't explain nothing else to me, Geechee, because you didn't mention terrorist.
Actually, I did mention terrorist.
That it was in the context of.
Actually, I did mention terrorist.
All you said was, he said, I'm gonna be like, if you come at me, I'm gonna be like Israel, and I'm gonna bomb the rubble. So I do think that humor is an arena where people do actually get to.
I literally said bomb till nothing left, and then when there's nothing left, then when you're gone, I'll keep bombing. That's what he said.
Again, I don't think that people.
That's what he said.
I don't think that it would suggest that genocide is a joke. And again, like I said, when you look at a lot of Jewish comedy writers and a lot of comedy and around the Holocaust, they've been very, very successful at weaponizing humor against the Third Reich, and to sustain and keep that consciousness about the Holocaust within.
I just don't think he was attempted.
No, he wasn't doing that. I didn't see that. I was just going off of what I was told. If I heard a comedian say, I'm going to bomb rubble, I'm going to bomb nothing until it's nothing and then bomb again, that is accurate. And if it has to be communicated within a comedic format, I would not have an issue with that, because it is accurate as fuck. But if he's coming at it from the context of that's how you deal with terrorists, that part, which you later explained to me and then demonstrated, if he's coming at it from the side of the Zionist as opposed from the side of just the absurdity of bombing rubble, it is, absurdism and talking about the absurdity of shit that we're supposed to think is real and serious. There is no issue with that. I don't think.
I don't know how to even if he didn't say the terrorists and all that other stuff, I don't know how to take a bombing like Gaza Strip, knowing all of the people that was literally still being murdered. I'm not sure how we could just, I'm gonna justify that, oh, it's just a joke or whatever. Like,
it's not just a joke. I don't believe in anything. I have a whole presentation where I talked about nothing's just a joke. where I was talking about Dave Chappelle and his reactionary ideology and politics embedded in his comedy. I don't ever think anybody can hide behind just a joke. But if you are to say, I will bomb rubble is an absurd thing to do. Scorched earth and then you bombing rubble is an absurd thing to do. And it is a way to articulate that in condemnation.
I don't know who
in
said
condemnation.
Like
I'm
literally
saying
nobody
it,
said
Geechee. I'm saying it, Geechee.
Oh,
right
you said
now.
if he would have said something else.
Well, what I heard before, if he says, if in the context of pointing out the absurdity of the Zionist offensive, which is not it's not a defensive move. It is everything that happens that the state of Israel, the IDF does is offensive maneuver. It's not a defensive thing as they're saying it, to say that they're over there literally bombing nothing, to show you the absurdity. Or back during the U.S. Genocidal incursion into the Middle East, where they were talking, where comedians were talking about they're dropping $50 million bomb on $12 tents. I don't think that is a dismissal or saying that genocide is funny. It's pointing out the absurdity and the depths of depravity of the genociders. But I mean, if it's beyond you, it's beyond you.
Well, that's the phrase when people say make it make sense. And I think that's what Diallo was trying to do. He was trying to make it make sense. But if you're talking about another celebrity,
what am I trying to make sense? I'm talking about my point of view.
Don't move on yet. Just quickly, because ZZ Lion came through. Thank you, ZZ. He said nothing new. It was barbershop talk. Cat was promoting liberal view of capitalism and domination through competitive comedy. That is their audience, with white Chappelle adjacent. Nothing conscious or revolutionary. And then Piper, very quickly, shout out to Piper. I wasted 3 hours of my life watching, and then wasted another hour on Dave Chappelle's newest.
Jesus, man, y'all some gluttons for punishment.
I made it. I did watch the first. I watched maybe the first 10 minutes of Chappelle through the first joke. It did make me laugh. His setup is. I think his setup is unparalleled, but the politics are. I didn't make it too far. The politics are started. I think I've. It's run. I think I've. And I think others have a point to the extent that he doesn't punch in the right direction. And then Leroy Moore hit me up with a bunch of comments about the disabled, the targeting of the disabled, which he seemed to start to go into. So
did he bring out any billionaires this round?
Not in the first 10 minutes or so, but that's sort of. And you made that point a few months ago or whenever, and it resonated. And then Jackie made the point a few months ago, and that resonated with me at least. And I will maintain that there's a wing of criticism of him that is condemning a race first approach. But I'm not, as they say, going to die on that Chappelle hill. So.
Oh, and I did we Chappelle said, not Chappelle. Cat Williams said that his success was because of white folks, and he does better with white audiences than black audiences. See, I don't
remember hearing it quite that way. I heard Cat saying, I may be wrong, but what I remember hearing it was that Cat was saying that he has always been able to do well with any audience, and that he is appreciative of that.
We have to know, because first he says, normally I don't even come talk to y'all. I go talk to who's that old dead freak? With the suspenders, Larry King.
Oh, Larry King. He did say he
said, but normally I go talk to real people like Larry King, him and Chris Rock and Kevin Hart. They all for that. Listen, it ain't real if it ain't white. It ain't real. Like when Chris Rock was like, I'm going. You on the black podcast. I go on Jimmy Kimmel. White folks media. Him. They all on that shit. But I have to go back and listen to that, because he said, now he didn't just say I talk to everybody. He said I do better, and he's better received. He does better with white folks. Go back and look at that again, because shit is wild. Shit is wild. These cats is wild.
Yeah, that is wild. Well, I mean, say it or not, I think ultimately that's all that is what many of them are competing for, is the support from white audiences, which is so. But okay, Geechee, you ready for the segue?
Yeah, no, I was talking. I was actually trying to find the timestamp, but it's probably not gonna happen. But so Killer Mike is another celebrity, and Sway, New York Times, was another podcast. And there was this funny moment where he was on the podcast, and she started asking him questions about banking, and he like started stuttering and like and he's like, I don't know, maybe I'll call you and maybe you can help me. And so it was the funniest thing. But there's been some new developments, and I think you had the PDF of.
Yeah, I got the Washington Post story, and I just want to start right here, though.
You don't need a smug "I told you so" from me, and smug it would be, because tell you I most certainly did.
I just wanted to start, shout out to Mallory Archer, because this story, I'm not even going to front. It was predictable. So this is a PDF because it was behind a paywall, but it is from the Washington Post yesterday, January 4th. Mm-hmm. What happened to Wall Street's post-Floyd bet on black banking? And I think this is just wonderful and predictable. In 2020, Paul Judge and Ryan Glover, both seasoned black entrepreneurs, started work on a plan to help solve one of America's most intractable social problems, the yawning wealth gap between white households and black and Latino families. Just moving down here a little bit, launched amid the racial justice protests that followed the police. And so this was the Greenwood banking platform. Launched amid the racial justice protests that followed the police killing of George Floyd in 2020. Greenwood quickly drew support from prominent black celebrities, speaking of our last segment discussion, including music producer Jermaine Dupri and banking giants such as Wells Fargo and JP Morgan Chase. Glover and Judge boasted that 700,000 potential customers had signed up for Greenwood's wait list before it even launched products. But in 3 years since, and after a second round of funding that valued the company at $325 million, Greenwood has failed to meet some of its initial goals, according to the review of public statements and interviews with company leaders and former employees. Less than a quarter, about 150,000 of the people on the waiting list opened accounts, and Greenwood has been slow to launch promised financial products, including credit cards and business loans. They have produced a private club in Atlanta, a website that builds itself as the Black LinkedIn, and a production studio. But in terms of the banking financial products that it promised, there has been little to none. They're talking about the underbanking of Black and Latinos and how this was supposed to help with that, realizing that now the median wealth, a household's assets minus debts of white families stands at $285,000 compared to $44,900 for Black families and $61,600 for Hispanic families, according to the Federal Reserve. So trying to address that is where these endeavors claim that they're stepping in. If folks remember, I was briefly a part of one of these conversations when still with the Department of in the School of Communication at Morgan when Netflix came around, sprinkling some of its $100 million, about 2% of its total deposits. And then in October 2020, tens of thousands of people had signed up for the waiting lists, and Glover and Judge recruited rapper activist Mike Render, who goes by the stage name Killer Mike, to be the public face of the brand in exchange for an equity stake in the company. Money began to pour in. By March 2021, before it had even launched a product. Greenwood had raised millions from financial giants like JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America, and Wells Fargo, who didn't return calls to comment on this story. Talking about the persistent, well, here's where they're talking a little bit, just to move ahead a little bit here. They're talking about how there are only a handful of black banks, and that this became something, as we've discussed here on a number of occasions, became an issue for Greenwood's promise because A, it's not a bank. B, it made a promise, that is, a judge and Glover had promised that they would use a black bank to be the backer of Greenwood, which is a financial services platform, not a bank, despite its promotion by Killer Mike and others as such. But it's not a bank; it's a fintech, financial tech platform that's supposed to just be a conduit to an actual bank. So they had promised they would get a black bank to back them, but couldn't because there aren't black banks big enough to actually do it. Not only are there only 17 now left in existence, that is black banks, but the ones that exist aren't big enough to do it. So they had to go to the white Coastal Bank, which again we've talked about here in some detail in previous shows, because Greenwood is an online banking platform, but doesn't have a banking license. And to have customers' accounts insured by the FDIC, they must partner with a traditional bank. Glover initially pledged that Greenwood would partner with a black-owned bank, but instead decided to work with Coastal Community Bank in Everett, Washington, a bank which has a mostly white executive management team. Glover said he couldn't find a black bank big enough to support their scale. Again, this is a point we've been making forever. And Coastal already had established relationships. Again, part of the reason why black people can't get access to venture capital. They don't have the relations with high-profile startups or bigger banks. It goes on to talk about the run-in with the Gathering Spot and the lawsuits and the removal of leadership. And then it concludes with this example here. Dominic Holmes, a marketing consultant from Michigan, said he signed up for Greenwood waiting list in 2020 after learning that Killer Mike was one of the company's founders. But he closed the account 3 months later, he said, after learning Greenwood wasn't a traditional black bank and had partnered with Coastal Community Bank. Now Holmes says he's researching traditional black-owned banks where he can move his money. And saying that we're cheering for Greenwood to become what it promised to be, because to someone, this is Ashley Bell, the co-founder of the National Black Bank Foundation, because someone who is raising capital to create new black banks in this country, when you go to the big black banks on Wall Street right now, that well is dry because Greenwood hit the market at the right time with the right message. So I just want to highlight how this story concludes, that the head of the National Black Bank Foundation is acknowledging a point we've been making here for quite a while, that the claim to independence and sovereignty that's supposed to come with black banking and black ownership is intimately tied to an ability to get more investment and venture capital and support by bigger white-owned banks. And Ash, I think is a he, is saying right there that they can't even go to those bigger institutions anymore on Wall Street because they already gave all their money to this Greenwood project, and this Greenwood project isn't even a bank, and it isn't even doing what it claimed it was going to do. So
You don't need a smug "I told you so" from me, and smug it would be, because tell you I most certainly did.
Look. So I was doing my best to try to find this clip, but if I send this link, could you skip ahead all the way to like 30 in the 30s? Because I already got all the way through 32, and I still haven't found it. But if you can't, that's cool. But I just like
this link. It's a New York Times link. That's the one.
Yeah, it's a Sway podcast. But she asked him some basic banking questions, and he was like losing it. But
oh no, I saw that. I listened to this back when it first came out. Absolutely, he was. I mean, you're saying it's around the 30th minute.
Well, no, I think it's after. I couldn't find. I was trying to find it, but I was seeing it.
But I mean, isn't that kind of like asking Ronald McDonald about logistics and
I mean, but Ronald McDonald said Ronald McDonald never said he was a logistics pioneer or making the logistics. This guy's on TV or on media saying he's a bank owner. He's starting a bank, not the front man, but it's his bank. And
but I mean, it kind of like when you shared that clip of Kevin Hart and venturing into the spirits, wine and spirits enterprise, and Kevin Hart had his own liquor, and he said he didn't know where it came from. He hadn't been to any of the agave plantations where his shit is harvested. So yeah, grain of salt. When they make these claims, grain of salt, take it with.
I mean, according to some people, Jared, your analysis is old. So even though you might have right, it doesn't work anymore. But here's again another evidence of something that you've been arguing that people really not willing to deal with. And maybe people forgot about Greenwood Bank. I don't hear much about it as much. I know we read all of the some of the reviews. And they was already talking about how bad the bank was, but
yeah, I mean, just the fact. I mean, the last black-owned bank in Chicago is just 4 blocks from my house, and people are losing homes and losing their savings left and right with that bank. And I know people, as I stated before, that black people that drive 3-4 hours out from Southern Illinois, coming over from Indiana, coming down from Michigan, just so they can say my money's with a black bank, and it is just squandering their effort and commitment to bank black. So, man, I'm not really even sure, but I guess because I just didn't see. I don't think the white middle class wasn't built up through private banks or even the banking industry itself, especially the existence of small banks, is a byproduct of government federal policy, set-asides and regulatory protections. It's not a product of private enterprise investing in it. Even the white banks are a byproduct of welfare, set-asides, and policies. So Black people are trying to do something in terms of build collective wealth in a way that the people you're mimicking didn't do it, in a way that's never been done by any population, especially populations under genocidal oppressions, but even the populations that are given every consideration and every opportunity in the system didn't build wealth that way.
Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely, this is absolutely part of the problem. And I was just looking for so I was looking through the transcript here, and I don't know if this is exactly what you're talking about, but Kara, the interviewer, asks Mike, "Are you going to put your money in the bank?" And then Mike says, "I absolutely am." Run
the statement.
And what seed funding? She asks, "Are you putting in money yourself into the creation? This is a startup, correct?" "Yeah, this is a startup. Yeah, I brought the equity of celebrity and a minimal amount." So then Kara asks, "So why banks?" Yeah. But so why banks? Because banking is a highly regulated business, and the government is always looking over your shoulder. Make sure you're not extending credit with too much risk. There's all kinds of rules going in. If you really wanted to incubate Black-owned businesses and literacy and organization, why not pursue a venture fund? Mike's response: "No, I mean, I'm getting educated. So part of this is going to be me calling you in a couple of days, like, educate me on venture funds. That's what this is what I've looked up."
The transcript doesn't do justice because they're not gonna record the way he was stuttering and fumbling through it, and then that was hella fun.
No, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, and then it's a comment about the idiots and venture funds and stuff, and then again, they go into wardrobe.
I don't know if Sway is. Well, I assume she's a journalist, but the way in which the interview was approached, the first question she asked was something about X-Man or whatever. He was like, "Oh, I didn't know you was going to ask that question. I wouldn't think that would be the first question." So he was somewhat prepared for the interview, but she also kind of like set him up, and then kind of it felt like she was pretty much exposing his contradiction at that point. And so when he was stuttering, it seemed like he just wasn't, he wasn't prepared to answer that question. Obviously, he couldn't answer it anyway, but
no, I think you're right. If you listen to it, I remember at the time, it felt, I don't know if it was done intentionally, but it felt like it was just one of those moments where he was caught. I don't know what I'm talking about. And instead of that being the sort of the thread, he just went back into, as Diallo saying, Ronald McDonald, and I'm just going to start being the mascot again. And that's why I thought this story was, again, all pettiness aside, I mean, I thought this story was important because it's not only a misguiding sort of the Black capitalist community, which is one thing, but it is part of the trickle down thesis that reaches many at the so-called bottom who are convinced that they are there because they haven't taken these steps towards investment and flipping real estate and so on and so forth, and have hopes in these claims that Mike and others are making. But the reality is all they're trying to do is siphon what little they can get. And to your point about the age of the argument, part of what is, again, been a bit of a struggle for me is realizing just how old the argument that I've been making is. Mm-hmm. In other words, the argument I'm making against Black capitalism is as old as Black capitalism. So this attitude that many keep saying, well, Jared, you're advocating something that's old and we should try something new. I keep trying to remind them, no, my point is, the critique I'm making is as old as your efforts at doing what you're doing. And that's the point. The critique has always been there to say, this is not the way out. And instead of acknowledging that history, we get promoted the version that suggests that Black capitalism is the way out. And that's part of the propaganda of history, as Du Bois put it. But
what's your solution, Jared? Jared don't have any solutions. But
Jared
before we go to your
solutions, and when I say political power, they say,
what's that?
That's not. Are there Black credit unions we could consider? Thanks for the super chat, Arlene. Again, it's the credit union isn't going to solve the problem of wealth and income inequality in the Black community. So they are, I guess, a step up from banks, but they aren't a solution any more than I would argue, unfortunately, is this whole notion of cooperative economics. So So I don't know of any specific that we should or shouldn't consider.
Right. Well,
I just want to be clear that they're not.
It depends on the problem. You have to define what the problem. Maybe some people are engaging, saying, more immediate. What do I do tomorrow versus, when I get my next biweekly paycheck? What should I do with it? In terms of just navigating your individual interests, a credit union does have certain securities and doesn't take certain risk. But another problem with credit union is that they're harder to become members of. Some of them are, some credit, like a major credit union here, they do what they call credit checks. They run your credit and shit just to open an account with them. Some you have to be a member, like there's the the public service workers credit union, where you have to literally be a city or state employee. So even though credit unions will expose you to less volatility or risk than a corporate bank, it's more localized and more responsive locally. And even some could argue that its financial services are more receptive to the needs of the customers, but then they have a higher threshold to get in, to become a member, or to secure an account with. So on an individualized level, you really have to determine your short-term and longer-term financial needs and goals before you make that determination. As a rule of thumb, you could say a credit union is a better choice for that, but you have to understand your own eligibility as well. But and another thing with, if you travel a lot, credit unions don't tend to have access like ATMs, and you're really going to get burnt on that. So I would say probably a combo, especially if you have a job or you're just for recreation, you like to travel or and do work around the globe or around the country. A credit union is going to have you burnt, because I was a member of a credit union. I would just get beat to death with ATM fees back in the day.
So that actually remind me of that conversation. I think it was it was recorded, where seemed like some black nationalist was asking Fred Hampton, like they was trying to sell a credit union idea to him. He's like, let me see the education plan. He's like, no, brother, you can, no, let me see the whole plan. And then he said, I want to see the whole plan, because by then we'll probably have Negro imperialists, and that's not where we're trying to go. And so
that the murder of Fred Hampton it's in that documentary.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Let's say we had if we did have black banks, what would exempt them from engaging in the same predatory behaviors and discriminatory behaviors that the other banks engage in?
Yeah.
I mean, if they're going to be quote unquote successful, they would have they would have. That's the whole point. They can't. But this also speaks to how I'm
get to
seeing Coco's point here. People that and what is always I see missing in these conversations when people get mad at me about solutions. And I'm saying, to the point you're making, I think right on time, about Fred Hampton, is that my bad, is that if there isn't a paralleling organizational, educational radicalizing of the approach, then it doesn't. So yeah, it's the same thing like when we talk about black business. If people are engaging in black business or cooperatives or credit unions or banking with the already existing analysis and organizational efforts and goals in mind, that's one thing. But often is the case, as I experience it, people or research it even, people are saying we really want a real solution, but what they really mean is or what they maybe fail to understand in that is that the absence of the analysis and the broader efforts involved, right. It's not a solution. Or at best, it's a temporary Band-Aid. But yeah, absolutely, people.
Yeah, and people say solutions without defining what problem they're
problem.
Yeah,
that's also true. And what the solution that they want is too. That's also
writing
true.
Prescriptions and they haven't made a diagnosis.
Yeah.
So it has to, and a lot of times people are talking about for me as an individual, not the people, not the community, not the society, not the planet. So yeah, I do think that. But on the other flip of that, you do have Killer Mike who are selling these things as panaceas, and there's so many, and one of the reasons is because it is profitable for them. But another thing is that panaceas it's just because of the multi-layered, multi-generational, multifaceted nature of modern colonialism, oppression, and genocide. People just like, ain't nobody got time for that. So right. If you can tell me deposit money here, and that could somehow be an affront to the status quo, deposit money here, invest some money in that, buy some digital, invest in Bitcoin, get some digital currency on and popping. That's an extremely seductive, quote unquote, solution, because it allows you to bystep a lot of painful mental and physical labor.
So Jerry, I don't know if you ever walk, I assume you walk people through examples in your class. I remember trying to walk in Jabari's barbershop them through this idea of we could just sell soaps and shea butter and then donate to one of the African Center schools there. And I was like, okay, let's say you make $200,000 of sales of your, shea butter. Will you give $100,000 to that school right there? And they're like, yeah, sure. And then I started asking them about, okay, the cost. Who's going to make all those products? You and your son? And they was like, oh, yeah. So just walking them through that. Do you do that often? How useful do you think that is? And I know probably only in a class setting. It'd be hard to kind of do it on Twitter or Instagram or something like that. But like, what do you think? I don't know
if I've ever been successful. I do that. The short answer is yes, I do. I have versions of that and all the time. I've only seen success over the course of a semester. I've never seen it be effective in the street encounter or Twitter because people are or even if I thought it was effective, they're not going to acknowledge it in that space. I've never seen somebody say, you know what, that's a good point, you're right, and then do a 180 right there on the spot. But I do encourage people. I'm sure it's been effective down the line because if you just ask people to think it through, they begin to realize they really don't understand what it takes to run and develop a business and to have that business expand. And they don't know the details about the sectors of the economy that they're talking about. So even with these examples of where most Black businesses are in beauty, in some sort of service, the potential in overall expenditures relative to the national budgets or total expenditures nationwide is just too small. It's not going to, and then it always goes back to who is going to as a consumer base, even with your example there, I was thinking, who's buying $200,000 worth of shea butter? And then for it to go beyond that, who's going to invest in the producers of that product to expand to meet the new demand? So yes, but it's a very difficult
to make this. So example would be right. And what I was saying or what I was doing in that analogy, a lot of times we are not comfortable with saying that Black businesses don't make enough money to invest or give away. Most of their money is made taking care of their living expenses and these things. So at the time, the brother was telling me that he would, before even talking about the expenses and the things he needed to take care of, he said if I make $200,000, I'll automatically give $100,000 to the African Center School. And then I started asking him, okay, if you just sold $200,000 worth of products, how much of that went to paying your employees or you? And then what about your cost of living and all these other things? And so I'm saying walking people through this idea of not having the money. So one of the data points that Jared I think had was it like 44% of us pay rent? Like 44% of our income goes to rent or something like that.
I forgot the numbers, but it's something
so factoring all those things, like this idea that you're just gonna be able to bankroll something outside of your normal living expenses is just wild. And so showing them and going through that process with an example, I think I'd
be interested from the flip side of that. Like, why not interview, for instance, the heads of African-centered schools and ask them what is their relationship to the Black-owned businesses in their community or nationwide? Because I don't know any of the details, but I remember being around there and on the outside and once or twice going inside for an event here or there to Nation House when it was still in Northwest DC. I never got the impression that they were in some strong position financially or otherwise and had this committed relationship with even the businesses down the street.
Right.
Much less throughout the city and else, and to whatever extent Black-owned businesses were there, and then they're not there anymore. So I don't think my point is I just don't think people have enough understanding of the realities of how all of this is working and would work.
But so I'm one thing about this school thing, whether if a Black person is engaged economically in their community, they're already contributing to the public school system. And to me, it's ridiculous to have, you know, our money taxed from us and put into an educational system, and we abandon that, and then trying to scrape together crumbs when there's school infrastructure in everyone's community. And you could go down to the school board, you can go to the school and start to engage and positively impact the existing school infrastructure. It is much, if you're really talking about education in Black youth, I think it's more about vanity and performative politics than it is about educating young people. Because the organizations, the rational, political, radical organizations that really engage, because even for, again, the white majority, private schools was not how they educated and got mass literacy and mass education. It was through the public school system, publicly funded through tax revenues. So here we are again trying to do some shit that even the people we're mimicking didn't do. And it's ridiculous. So if to me, if I had a half dozen of engaged people that really give a damn about educating our youth, why not go and engage with the public school system, the school board, the local council? You know, my wife goes to those school meetings and it's a graveyard. There's nobody there. You know, my son goes to a public school with hundreds of students, and you can't get a dozen parents to come out. When it comes to not just baking cookies and selling cookies, but to actually determine and discussing the curriculum, discussing the extracurricular things, the priorities and the budget, all that shit. And so I think a lot of this African-centered school talk, again, to me is something that it's highly inefficient. It's highly inefficient.
But isn't part of the argument that they're making now to
on
get
the table?
But that's part of the argument that I know I've run into, is that African-centered activists claim that we can make a move on the funds that go to public schools and get them redirected to support private charter schools, and then we would be able to use that resource.
That game and lost.
I just wanted to. That's part of the argument, though, that they, just to because they'll say that to you. We are going for those resources, Diallo.
Right.
And we want to.
I must be dealing with the pork chop nationalists, because they actually say I'm being negative when I start talking about the tax dollars. So
which is fracturing. These charter schools have first of all, they don't receive the scrutiny and oversight. The teachers don't have benefits. The teachers aren't. The teachers often aren't certified or properly credentialed. It's the charter schools, and so shunting public funds into private institutions, and many of them are theocratic or religious schools, is greater harm. That is not a solution. That is exacerbating the problem. So I mean, it's just people. Like I said, a lot of this talk is performative and ego driven. I don't think there's really been an assessment, because I think if you talk to, like you said, you talk to actual educators and education researchers, and they all pretty much fall on the same side. None of them are saying, well, private schools or charter schools or public funds to private institutions. I haven't found one to say that that's a viable solution or improves educational outcome for under-resourced, disadvantaged, or whatever other code word they have for Black kids in academia. So I think we leave a lot of money and resources on the table because it's just not as sexy as saying my own private school or African Center. I think we leave a lot of resources on the table because we, more so than a solution, we want the performance.
Well, and not that Coco mean it this way, but normally when I hear this alternative thing, I feel like it comes from a very reductive, anti-intellectual place, because oftentimes people who are saying that they want alternatives, they still want to achieve their idea of what they should achieve. So for instance, if they want a Black capitalist fantasy, and you say, yo, your smoothie shop or your t-shirt ain't gonna do it, and they be like, what's the alternative? I'm like, no, maybe that's not the goal, that's not the objective. So kind of like you were saying earlier, like when you ask for the alternative, what is the outcome you want to see, and then what is the issue that you actually trying to change. And sometimes, you know, this idea of, because me and Manny talk about this all the time, like people need to see wins and they need to want to come over to this. And I'm not sure that that's
and a lot of times when people say they want alternatives, they don't really want alternatives. When the alternative that they're seeking is an alternative path to the same fucking location that they were going to before they initiated the alternative. So they want alternative paths to capitalist wealth.
Right.
You know, they want alternative paths to for their children to get to the Ivy League and to other institutions of higher learning. So, you know, it's just, if you take, what difference does it make if you take an alternative path and it lets you off at the exact same location as the main path?
And so also, like, I think the idea of, so you remember when the pandemic started, people was losing jobs, but then they also, and I think we covered it all at some point, me and you, somebody talked about it. There was this one particular sister in Texas who lost her job, lost her insurance, and opened a food truck selling like Rice Krispie treats type stuff. And it was like posted all over the place, like, oh, you know, black girl magic. I'm like, wait, she lost her job, she lost her insurance for her and her child. Now her child is working at a food truck selling, you know, sweets and stuff that probably not going to get a lot of, you know, business or whatever. But the idea of these alternatives, right? If the thing that they are actually doing is not even working or making it worse, that's why I'm also confused when they say the alternative. So all of those black businesses are not even working, are not even being close to what you say you're going. So how can you demand alternative when the thing that you was doing just wasn't even close?
I often find the claims that, and I don't know how Coco is meaning this or the other that I see that she's making about people need alternatives. I often find those claims themselves as empty and theoretical as they mean to be in condemning people who offer critiques of immediate solutions and get who are in themselves being theoretical. Because what are these alternatives? What an unsurvivable business or an undevelopable school that can't serve any students are not alternatives. So I don't know necessarily what. Again, that's why I think it's. I saw mentioned again in the chat, Glenn Ford's point about his work with Black Agenda was to reach people who are already activists and organizers, to inspire and encourage them to have to increase their efforts. Because Coco is also right. We're not going to be able to convince people in desperate moments with theory and analysis, maybe in that moment. So what we should be, that's my point that isn't really my point. My point is to encourage us who claim we are already in a certain level of awareness to better build our organizational capacity so that we almost make moot the need for a conversion. They are just sort of enveloped by the movement's work itself. So,
but yeah, I don't know what you're about to say, but I also wonder if like the idea of the alternative, or like how people ask you like, well, what's the solution? It's like, does that kill the idea that we actually will have to build it or work for something? So like you have to come with an already assembled solution or product, and then that's the only way. And I don't know what that says about the people or what we're saying about the people. The only way that they're gonna want to change the suffering of the masses is like you literally have to give them something that they could just walk into. It's already structured, and there's no work they have to do other than, you know, just do something. So I wonder if that speaks negatively towards that person asking that question, how they feel about the people that we're supposed to be organizing.
I think one thing that people about the people and theories, there's no escaping theory. And if you do not construct your own theories, then you're just subject to someone else's. And the people have to do the theoretical, ideological, intellectual work, and there's no bypassing it. Because if you don't have a theory that you're working off of, if you have not conceptualized, then all the resources in the world, where the hell do you think you're going to end up? What are you going to do when the child walks into school? If someone says my life is miserable, and you don't have a theory as to what is making your life miserable, how can you explain, well, I just want my life fixed. I just want it. I'm struggling and I want to stop struggling. And you not into theory, or you don't have time for theory. How do you comprehend, let alone construct a solution, if you reject theoretical work, theoretical framing, theoretical analysis?
I don't know.
I don't understand that concept, because when especially as I was growing up poor, in abject poverty, one of the things that helped me navigate it and eventually, get through it was theory, understanding what the hell is happening to me. So yeah, exactly. As you're saying, whose theory? Because if it's not yours, it's somebody's. And there's a lot of people in our community operating off of theories, philosophies, and ideologies that are alien to us, that are harmful to us. And we think because we reject theory, then it doesn't impact or apply to us.
Hey,
I don't know.
but I just want to acknowledge a couple chats, and then we can move on. I agree that Erica's point about the difficulty getting people involved with schools because they work is an issue. And again, my brief time in the public charter school system in DC, that was a real challenge, and it wasn't because parents didn't care; it was difficult for them to be more involved.
Then are they part of the conversation then? Because you said that Geechee said that he had a conversation. If you work and your work is so consuming that you can't engage in the discussions and the organizing around education, then you're exempt. So obviously, I'm not talking about those who do not have the capacity to engage. It was like during the formula shortage, and there were some women doing work around bringing out doulas and birthing coaches to talk about breastfeeding and the nutritional needs and how to set up for formula, how to transition a baby from formula to breast milk. And everybody's like, every mother can't breastfeed. Then obviously that's not the discussion for them. And so we can't discuss those who have the capacity or the ability to transition their child from formula to breastfeeding, or new mothers who had intended to formula raise and now because of the shortage and the contaminations in the formula, they want to breastfeed. So we can't have these conversations because people work. Who's denying that people work? What does that have to do? And how is that a counter to what I was suggesting, that as opposed to having these
come on, man,
these discussions around building a school from scratch while leaving billions of dollars of funds and infrastructure on the table, that theoretically the citizens, the taxpayers, the parents are supposed to have a say in how that money is distributed, the priorities, and are supposed to be partners in their children's education. So that theory of education is being abandoned because it does require work. But I think the work that you put in recapturing and securing and combating the forces within public education have a better return on invested energies and resources than this whole fantasy about building millions of independent private schools for Black children all over the country.
That wasn't
I'm not
the
a
point.
fan of private education anyway.
The point was it just sounded at one point like you were putting the blame on people for not being willing to be involved, and Erica, and I took it that way, was also just saying,
I'd rather not be pulled on the screen. I don't know. I think maybe this amendment ain't working either. Doing the chats in the middle.
What happened now?
I don't know. Like, I think we missed Erica some direct question, and then.
Well, no, I wasn't talking about all parents. I'm only
I don't know. Look,
yeah, but what I'm saying is,
whatever,
I don't know
whatever.
I don't know that we should do that
where I'm talking about those individuals who are talking about going
Diallo,
off
we
to
have
build private schools.
I know we heard Diallo. Please don't go through the whole thing again. We heard it already. And I wasn't even finished with saying what I was going to say. Look. I'm happy to go to the Joy James method of we can avoid the chat altogether if you want. I don't really care, but I just was wanted to quickly acknowledge what Erica said. I thought I agreed with the point she was making, and only to say it sounded in that moment you were blaming people for not being involved, and she was just wanting you to consider that people work. That's it. You've clarified. That's it. Let's move. Isn't that? And if we miss a comment or something in the chat, I would expect that we would. We're hosting the show.
I mean, I don't know. I think there's a lot going on. Like you got the private chat, you got the brand, you got the tags, you got your screen. Like there's a lot of stuff. So there's literally no way to see all of the comments. You only can really see it. And
I know, and everybody knows, and especially if they've ever hosted, they know too. Well, then they'll be all right. I mean, it's what it is.
It's just funny to me. As I was saying, I was speaking about people talking about they're going to build an independent private school. And I'm like, and that's what I was speaking, and that's the population I'm speaking to. I'm not speaking to all parents. So I'm like, where are those people who are abandoning public infrastructure? You know.
Oh, well, anyway, let's move on. Y'all,
I wanted to acknowledge this one. Nabi is raising some good questions here. What would Asa Hilliard say about African-centered schools? Mwalimu Shuja just transitioned. What did he say about African-centered school? What did the East do with their school? So this is sort of what I was simply saying, that people who make the claim that African-centered schools or independent schools and independent Black businesses having relationship with those schools are the way to go, I don't see them incorporating these questions into their argument. I have not seen an analysis that breaks down how what these thinkers did and do think relates to what some are saying should be the method, as we talked about a moment ago, of connecting Black businesses to these schools and then showing how it does or does not work, or how it would or would not be effective. Or even going through, to your point, Geechee, of when Amos Wilson talked about Black business ventures in Blueprint, people, have they followed up to see what happened with those businesses? I don't see that work being done. So I would encourage that there as well. So I appreciate that. Michelle Rhee in DC, those of us familiar with her and her argument around public and private charter schools, of course they love it because they don't work. Thank you, Nabi. Nation House moved to another location and is still functioning. So again, what is their relationship to the Black business community, and is that duplicatable? There's no escaping theories. Should be a T-shirt. I agree. This panel response to Coco is disingenuous since that point was coming from an actual organizer. The
alternative? Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, but how is it disingenuous? I read her comment and I thought I might disagree. How is that disingenuous? Maybe I don't know if I qualify as an actual organizer or what that definition entails, but I'm not sure how is that disingenuous? I read the comment and I disagreed. Okay. Maybe that isn't directed at me. I don't even know. It's
the whole panel, bro. All of us, the whole team.
So, okay. All right. How about teaching your own? Obviously we should, but it's just very difficult to do that in competition with institutions that go beyond just education. It's other people's family, media, so on and so forth.
Plus, I don't know how one expect people to know exactly what people mean when, like, you can't even read the tone in text message sometimes. So when people comment something, we don't know how it's meant. I mean, if you come on the screen and tell us what you're saying, that's one thing, but you wouldn't know how it is, especially in the flow of a conversation. You see a comment, you only can take it how you read it.
Well, I also think I'm not really sure where some of the tone is coming from. If there's a disagreement, so be it. I don't know where the hostility is or the claims of disingenuousness are. And then if there is, as I've felt at times, an issue, I've reached out to some of you in email and not heard back. Like, it's like, can we clarify some things? Let's talk if necessary. Some of you don't write back. So I'm not really sure exactly how to go about this either. And I'm not really sure how genuine the criticism of us is in these moments. So I don't really, then we offer people to come up on screen. They don't want to, they want to stay in the chat, but then they don't want to engage in an email exchange. They don't want to have a phone call. I don't really know I don't know. So I just
I'm sliding.
Keep it moving. It's all good. And shout out to all the people, all the power.
DMs out there, Jared. That's not how we go.
We don't do what?
You sliding into DMs out there. Stop it.
No, I send people that I know an email and say, I disagree with how that went.
Clean it up.
Can we, maybe we should talk. And then they don't want to write back. So
hey, this is Jared.
I made a point out of the other point.
What was that?
Wait, I didn't. Let me read the super chat. If we wouldn't support a progressive socialist candidate in Israel, why do people support them here? Both are settler colonial states.
That because if Palestinians had citizenship rights and had the ability to campaign and engage in the political process of Israel, it would be a mistake for them not to, as a part of their larger decolonial and liberationist thing. So it is not the same. Black people as citizens or second-class citizens in the United States is not the same as the apartheid regime in Israel. So I think we need to stop with these broad comparisons and be more specific and targeted in our analysis. But I do think that one of there are Palestinian citizens of Israel, and they do engage the political process to advance their interests, as there are other components of their community and their people engage the struggle in through other means.
Okay.
So I think that's a pretty absurdist comparison.
Anyway, next, what we want to go to? Y'all want to deal with?
I offered this as a solution too, by the way, but it's also sometimes difficult to see those too. So sometimes we miss them, and then I notice that we get dragged and treated pretty disrespectfully in the comments for that too. So I don't think, unless there's a dedicated person whose job it is to highlight and save comments, there's no guarantee we're going to see everything. And I just don't, I just am not clear on where all of the hostility comes from. Or it's like people it feels like they go overboard with the disappointment, but it's all good. I'm gonna just stay out.
Are people upset that we miss comments?
Yeah.
That has happened. Absolutely.
At least that's what they're typing in the chats. I mean, who knows what that means?
Well, we've also said that super chats get highlighted automatically, but then some have pointed out, why should we have to pay? And some of us don't have the money to pay.
Well, the why is obvious.
And
so
I'm cool with that too. If you think your
comments are being missed, if you think your comments are being missed, and the chat feed is pretty much constantly refreshing. I don't know if that's the term for it. It's constantly refreshing. Or I don't know what it is. It's moving constantly, and you refuse to. We offer the link if you really feel that you want to engage the discussion or want your position on what we're discussing being heard. You can either come on live,
just thank the people for being here and move on.
Roll the
thank
dice.
y'all for being here this early in the morning.
But wait, who started this one?
Diallo.
I started.
I agree. This was the best part of Cat Williams' interview, and where I fully found myself in agreement with Cat, where he was talking about who are all these dudes that want to be in all their entourage is men, everybody around them is men, everywhere they go is men, and he's saying all I want to do is hire women to be around me and to work with me. If I could get rid of these two dudes and replace them with women, I would immediately.
I heard the president of Harvard's looking for a job.
Yikes.
let's go.
Don't say nothing
there.
about. Look. We're not going to talk about. We're not going to talk.
Let's get it.
Bring her on here. But she's just gonna steal whatever we said and just repeat it, right? She's just gonna come on here biting and being a sucker MC.
Oh shit.
So I don't have it. Go ahead. First, I saw Mark Lamont Hill said that the next Harvard president should be a black woman.
Yeah.
Oh, gee, Jesus Christ.
Mark, I consider, I don't know if we're friends. We're friendly. I consider Mark to be a good dude, do a good work. But I'm like, I don't follow the logic on that one, my man. I don't follow the logic on that one.
One of y'all send the link in the chat?
Somebody asked for it.
Oh.
The link to what?
No, Diallo just sent the for people to come on just now. I don't know why he did that.
Oh, really? Did he say that? I put the link in the chat. I don't look. I honestly don't. I'm getting to the. Let me stop. So, but I.
That's what I thought.
Everybody who has been making the point that we are from Diallo to everywhere else. I believe you made this point too. That if we are not able to distinguish the class element in this, and to be less quick to throw our solidarity in with every single person based on their race or gender or sexual identity, we're going to be so. Do we really need another black woman to be running Harvard? And to what extent is that?
Was a black woman running Harvard then?
Oh, well, that's fair too.
Was a black man running America when Obama was president?
Obama, don't mess up. Obama was legitimately running the entire operation.
Ironically, Obama got connection to this lady too, because the white lady who put her in office also put Obama in office, and so technically it's all.
But the real reason that we need look, first of all, whoever's reviewing my daughter's application, just ignore these comments in this program. We need whoever is. No, I'm just playing. Go ahead. I'm just playing. Afra's in the chat. Afra's in the studio. Are we bringing? Is Afra?
Sure, I get.
I thought we were going to be discussing.
We got everybody jumping in the studio now. Dang, so we don't have a show anymore. All right, go ahead, Afra. Welcome to the show.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was the people's show. Forgive me.
It's earn your go ahead, Afra. You on? What's welcome to the show?
So I'm just getting my voice back. So I'm like, I don't actually want to be on camera or anything, but I'm just like, I feel like y'all run into a lot of these imbalances because there is not a constant or consistent or even frequent female presence in discussions about earning your liberation, and that is a huge oversight. And there's a lot of testosterone flowing every Friday. There's a lot of posturing. There's a lot of back and forth, or not back and forth, just like soliloquies that last 30 minutes, hours, and there's a lot of discussion on topics like today, breastfeeding and education, which of course, men and fathers are absolutely involved. But when we're talking about in the Black community, there's so many women involved in education, and there's no voice for women. So I think that that's something that I have commented or noticed or observed frequently when I jump in, when I pop in for EYL. So I'm actually, of course, not prepared for today's discussion or anything like that. But that's I'm just here to represent another voice. That's it. And
voice.
Good morning to y'all.
So do you want to be the regular female or feminine voice?
I didn't say that. I did not say that.
I'm just asking. I mean, we might as well start taking applications now.
I mean, it's but you know, I'm happy to pop in here and there, for things just, you know, but like, again, like prepared. But no, it's just something that I would really love to see y'all put together, consider, focus, because you definitely have those balances in the rest of the week, and you have people, you know, that are like, you know, like Kim and Jackie are pretty much a daily presence, and then you have Ricky, you have Coco, you have Renee, you have, you know, like you have other women that come, you know, that come in frequently on all the other other parts of BPM, but EYL is just very, very male centered.
What?
It's very male centered. Oh, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
No, not.
Thank
I
you.
couldn't. You said something about breastfeeding earlier.
Well, Afra mentioned that the topic of breastfeeding was brought up, but it was only in Diallo's using that example about the formula where to make a point not about breastfeeding or baby raising, but about I can't even remember, but it was to make another point that had nothing to do. So
I was making a point when people talk about what can or should be done, and detractors want to focus on those who can't do, as opposed to talk about when the discussion is about who.
Normally they complain about the run sheet. Now they take us out the run sheet.
But
I mean, I get the point that you're making. It's just that the example that was used was breastfeeding. Now, you know, like I do know biology well enough to know that all humans are actually capable of lactating. And so when we had this shortage, you know, one of my comedian friends thought it was hilarious to post things, you know, like telling women to, you know, pull your titties out and start feeding these kids. So I said, well, why don't you? And he was just so offended. I said, well, I mean, well, it was comedy. And I said, well, here's the thing. If you're talking about necessity, and you're talking about survival and all these things that you're also, you know, like you're conflating also with comedy, then, you know, then you want to talk about physiology and physiologically, all humans are capable.
She's going in and out. I can't really hear.
I hear everything she's saying. I hear everything you're saying perfectly clearly, but I just don't agree that I just don't agree that that the critique is appropriate to this moment. I also don't agree that any instance of black men or men being gathered to talk is some sort of anti-woman or. And I think as a platform, I think to your point, this is the only, I was trying to think the same thing. I think this is the only multi-host show on the platform that is all men. And I would also want to add that, which I don't think is a problem. I may be wrong, but I think so. But I also think that one other point is that if we really look honestly at the formation of these shows on this platform, it has as much to do with availability and interest as it does. This sort of just fell together, and women who have been involved with this show or elsewhere have been, for one reason or another, unable to meet at this time, and have met and involved themselves elsewhere on the platform, and been invited to do even more. So I don't know. I appreciate you in coming on. I personally don't agree. I just don't agree. But that's
so. Thank you, Afra, for coming on.
Please contact the BPM Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Department.
So I think this actually shows an example of maybe the thing that I keep trying to say, but I'm failing at saying. But it's like, that's one person out of 539 people in the chat, and then all the other people. It's like, I really feel like sometimes people come on and be like, this show should be tailored this way, and all 540 people all believe the same way, and they have various opinions. And when you don't center their opinion or their thought, it's just, I don't know. I think this is wild. I mean, I guess it's the way.
Why y'all? I think you and Jared take it a bit too personal.
I mean, maybe, but I mean, I don't know. You know, I didn't get up 8 o'clock just to, it's kind of like
I
something
didn't take
you
that anyway.
invested in,
I was
right?
just responding to what Afra said. I didn't take that one. I
Not
take
her
some of the other.
specifically, but
Oh no,
yeah,
I do take some of the other
yeah,
stuff
the
personally. I
comments.
do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
y'all
I
take
do.
you know,
But
in the arena of discourse.
Oh, I
TMD.
do.
So let's make sure we don't get accused for sending women down, and let's bring a brother on, and then let's finish up and then Big T.O. So let's just so we can get the show. What's up, brother?
TMB,
Good
welcome.
morning. Good morning. Welcome. Can everyone hear me fine?
God
damn. Everybody coming on now.
All right. So
good job.
Okay, I won't do it again. I thought y'all don't say it because you know me.
I don't have a problem with it. I just you know, if we just
talking about y'all invite people, we invite people on, we invite people
We
on.
do that at the end, though. We did that at the end. We didn't do it
Are we at
while
the
we
end?
still going
Because
through
we
the run
just
sheet.
said we're gonna talk to these people and get out of here. Are we at the end?
No, I said go to. We got 3 things that we just didn't get to. That one of them was what most people came to hear. But go ahead.
So
go ahead,
I did want to make the point of, and I was making a point in the chat that you guys probably need a moderator at this point. I know you guys. This is the 51st show, and I do love your content, even though I'm stealing time from my job, just in between y'all and the rest of the internet. But I will say that at this point, there's so many different voices and views and opinions that a moderator of the comments and chats would probably be more ideal so that it doesn't interrupt your time, because it seems like a point of conflict when you're trying to make your point and then something pops up as a counter argument or a counter point, and then it takes away from your actual point or argument, and then of course that turns into a rant or something that goes off topic. So I would propose that, but obviously, obviously resources and time is a bit of a challenge for everyone. The second thing that I wanted to bring up too is about education and in regards to public education or charter education or private education. I live here in Georgia, and one of the things on the ballot currently is about privatizing education at the charter schools and also looking at changing the reading requirements as well as graduation requirements here where I live in Henry County. So being active and involved and engaged in those particular endeavors is key in different times and ways that you can be involved. If it means being involved through teacher organizations, if it means being involved through parent organizations or separate nonprofits, that's also ideal as well. But we have to find different ways as opposed to consistently banging a teacher or banging the specific school to look for solutions when it's a larger mandate that comes down from the federal, state, and local levels.
I agree. Shit, just vote in the school board elections.
Yeah, and show up.
Everybody got something.
Yeah, show up to those school
people
board
work.
elections and show up.
I found out today there's this thing called work that people do. I just was informed about today, so I gotta think on it some more.
I understand. Yeah, and there needs to be some more open dialogue from administrators as well. I've engaged in some. There's an AP YouTube channel that I watch every Saturday to kind of give me insight on the nuts and bolts of the education industry and teachers and what challenges and struggles they deal with too. So it's important to understand from both sides, just as well as understanding your position, because everybody's got their best interest of their child or their baby that they want them to do the best and be the best.
Yeah, and that's shitty.
Mm-hmm.
That's shitty.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to parse the two, but everybody's got to collectively come together to understand where they fit in that process.
I agree. Appreciate you.
Thanks again, guys. I appreciate it.
Yeah, right on. Thank you, and I appreciate the comments on the moderator too. I think that's. I mean, I would be open to that, but
I mean, since there's
no YouTube moderator.
Well, I think since people are in the chat often, maybe one of them could, or they can rotate moderating. One of them rotate moderating, and boom, and then now they can be a part of the solution. But you made a face. No, you think that's a bad idea?
I thought. I mean, BPM doesn't have like moderators for the comments.
I'm not sure where we are with that. I'm technically one, but I'm on the show, so I don't catch all the chats. So I don't.
Because you can assign to just a few people to be moderators, but generally that's more for like people spamming or issuing threats or
It would require, but
vulgarity
and
in
that
the
wouldn't be
comments,
that
not
wouldn't be this.
necessarily curating it for our
They wouldn't be able to
consumption.
highlight and curate
Right.
for us from that position. So we would have to have some other arrangement.
Well, I
But
gave y'all the perfect system and y'all couldn't hold it. So
So
now you on your own.
So let's bring on Big Teal, and then we can get to our run sheet.
All right, welcome.
Peace. Sister.
Hi, good morning. Hi, good morning, everyone.
Don't run now, Jared.
I just want to clarify.
Who took me off screen?
Diallo.
Oh, the
I
shenanigans
didn't touch the
begin.
keyboard. I don't do nothing.
Go
Sorry,
ahead,
sis.
Big Teal, because Diallo just don't know how to act when we got guests.
She
Go ahead.
knows. Go on. What hateful thing you want to say, and then go about your day.
Well, just to clarify, because it seems like the BPM channel has some work to do around I guess Pan-Africanism in terms of gender identity. And I don't want to be too bogged down in this because once I say this, I don't want to repeat it again because I think I've said it a lot over the years, actually. And so I'm just a feminine presenting NB. I don't gender identify because just like certain things, certain kinds of identities get imposed on you. I've always wondered why I was raised to be a certain gender, right? Someone's always telling you who you are. And I've just never identified that. And it's only towards later in my life where I began to actually push back on that, saying that's actually not my identity. That's how people see me. That's how people may want me to be. But I don't identify across any gender as I've in certain spaces, it's they, them, or comrade, because I want people to focus on the person or my principles foremost. And I'm also on because I felt like Jab feels like maybe he's getting attacked and there is these faceless people and I don't want, and I guess I want to dispel some animosity that's not there. And my comment about the panel being disingenuous about Ricky's comment about, oh no, sorry, Coco's comment about looking for
They're
alternatives.
interchangeable.
What's
With their
interchangeable?
hateration.
Could you clarify?
I was saying Ricky and Coco because of
Oh.
their hostility. That's why you got them confused. Like, okay, who was being hostile this time? That's why I understand mixing them up.
Well, that's not why I mixed them up, but
I
thank
know.
you for your
Let me
explanation.
stop. Let me get myself together. Adjust my collar.
And so my comment was about this idea of an alternative, which we're all, at least in my mind, I thought we were all wanting, right? Because, for example, the notion and practice and history of revolution is an alternative. It's an alternative to capitalism. It's an alternative to colonization, to neocolonization, to everything that we are subjected to under the Western imperialist settler colonist nation. So when people are talking about alternatives from a different community perspective, I saw, at least that was the gap for me, because I'm thinking of Coco where they're coming from and their organizing experience. At least that's the context I had in mind. And I didn't want that context to be dismissed, or I wasn't sure if it was being taken into consideration, because then Geechee went into explanation about, I guess, other people, but I'm presuming these are not organizations that I guess I can speak for myself, I may not be familiar with. And I just wish Geechee had made that juxtaposition a bit more clear around people who use the term alternative, but it seems to cycle back to capitalism. When Coco, from my experience with them and the work that they do and the organizing that they've done, was not. She's actually proposing something that's in opposition and even resistance to capitalization.
So whenever I said I'm not sure how Coco mean it, and then I spoke about how that comment comes often, do you think that wasn't clear, or?
I thought that half was clear, but like I said, I wish there was a clear juxtaposition, because you went into, I guess, a more common usage that is misleading. And
Okay.
rather than also fill out what Coco's point of view and usage was, would be a more clear juxtaposition between one that is not an actual alternative that pretends to be one, and
Right.
one that people have organized for or are organizing around.
So the reason why I said that is because I don't think
Mhm.
Coco said I need to see alternative. She said the people need an alternative. So if
Okay.
she's talking about
Yeah,
the
yeah.
people, then we should be talking about the regular people. And when the people use that, I think that's a different conversation than Coco using it. So that's what I'm saying. It's
Thank
hard to
you.
read. It's Coco saying alternative versus the people. Like in Atlanta, in Charleston, in Baltimore,
Yeah.
the people who say that is not on the same political temperature as Coco. So that's kind of who I was speaking to, because
And I
I didn't
guess
know who she was talking about because she said the people. So
I see that. I guess when I think about people, I guess I think about people in terms of their revolutionary possibility. I guess maybe I'm too idealistic, I guess. Because those people who tend to circulate people back to capitalism or back to the coloniality of being, I don't consider them the people. I guess maybe that's maybe where I'm like a hard liner, and I've been inspired by Mao about who is the people actually, and how we need more clarity, which I think Geechee was trying to make too, about what that is. And if you're organizing your people to stay in this, then you're not part of the people, you are our enemies.
Diallo, Jared, y'all got any response? And thank you, sister, for
No,
coming in.
I appreciate Big Teal. I appreciate you
Much
coming
nicer in
through.
person than in the chat, I have to say.
I got fire in these fingertips,
See, that's why, yeah, that's it. They see the
in
chat.
here,
See, when
in
we
here.
remove anonymity, people start acting more civil.
What you trying to say,
Oh,
Diallo?
well,
Say
Well,
it to
it's
my
also
face?
that, but I also wanted to say that yeah, I do at times take things personally, and I do feel that I'm personally and as a platform and one defending the platform being attacked by the tone and the tenor in the chat. That doesn't seem to take into account who I and what we are and what we're trying to do. So yeah,
circling
it,
back,
it,
I see.
well, I'm just going back to where you started.
Yeah.
That was where you started, and so, and in terms of but other than that, in terms of what Geechee put on the screen from Coco's comments on this issue of theory and people needing solutions, I said I mean, as presented here, I don't agree with that, and that's been a running issue I've had with folks for a long time, that I don't agree with it. So it's not any hostility or animosity. I just don't agree that I don't agree that saying that, as we were talking about with the Fred Hampton example, that we need some analysis and some clarity on politics before we just start running amok with what we claim are solutions. I think that's necessary. So, and I think a lot of times people, I don't know, in this case, Coco said alternatives. Okay, I see. Right. My point stands. This is another part of the issue that I struggle with, is that we're trying to respond to chats as they're going, and people in the chat, Ricky included, want an immediate response while we're doing a show live.
At least that's how they come off.
No, they do. They say it very clearly, and then they want us to understand the tone, the context, and then give an appropriate response. And then if there's something lacking in the response, the chat often will read as if, in a very condescending way, as if, we got it together out here, them on screen don't have it together. And again, okay, I mean, so I mean, okay. And Ricky acknowledged that the other day when she was on screen, the context flips. And you're like, oh, wait a minute. So my point is, I'm good, but my point.
Wait, before Jared responds.
I'm not responding. We can't keep going. We can't keep going.
Please,
I can't keep. Yeah.
But before I leave, my one recommendation, because I do see, because I like to lurk in other streaming spaces, because I'm just curious to see like how they set up and how they deal with things and what's their like sphere around. And I think it would just be good if people, because I think EYL is very fast paced. And sometimes the chat is just as fast paced, and it would be helpful just if people can just take time, right? Slow down a bit and read the chat a bit, and then as well as like get greater context. And maybe I'm missing all the hostility because to be honest, I do block a lot of people on there, either for just very out of context saying, or like I remember one person saying that Black people should have been enslaved or stayed enslaved. I'm like, you gotta go. So there's certain things.
So sorry. So that question. So if it's 523 people in there right now, let's say it grows, it goes to 1,000, and you just said one chat you can dismiss. What chats get dismissed and what chats don't get dismissed? Because you just said one of the people, you said, oh, that person need to go. So who gets to determine who goes, who stays, who come on the screen?
I think that's something that Black Power Media, or maybe or maybe the hosts of each segment have to decide. Like, that's an internal conversation. As someone who is not hosting, I don't feel it's my proper place to say, as much as it's something you would have to decide. And hopefully it's principled, right? Because that's me also trusting you all to do that, because I just don't know if I'm organizationally in the right place to say so.
Okay. Wait a minute. See, this. Wait a minute, Afro. Then just come back, because now you're misrepresenting me. None of this happened. What are you talking about? I interrupted you and cut you off and kicked you out. What is this? See, this is what I'm saying. Like, what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? This is so. That is what's disingenuous to me. That is. There's no.
It was nice to see you.
Thank you, Big Teal. Thank you. Where is the room for an honest error? Or I mean, what is the y'all like what you shaking your head at? What is the issue? Like, what is what?
And snap, and sucks teeth, rolls eyes. All right,
welcome to the movement. This is normal, passionate. Where you been? I've been here. Y'all are new. That's what I'm saying. Y'all are new, acting brand new. Oh, right, wow. Listen, oh my goodness.
We can leave some space for them to come back later. I think Nami
they can come back later or respond to the emails that I've sent. Like, y'all don't like, what is this? You can talk to me. What is this? This is crazy.
Get out them DMs, Jared. Ain't nothing good.
No DMs. I'm talking about email. I'm not in anybody's DMs. They stay in mine. People stay in mine, sending me all types of stuff.
Speaking of comments, should we finish the Harvard comments? Should we finish that, or should we move on?
They be sliding into Jared's DM. You got it like that.
Should we move on?
I don't have it like it's all hostility. It's all hostility and misrepresentation and disingenuous nonsense.
There's no shame if that's what you're into. What were you saying?
Stop beefing with the chat, man.
Yes, Elon, I'm beefing with everybody.
Stop beefing with the chat, yo. Well, actually, since you want to beef, let's catch some strays with your boy. FD Signifier was on there. Mark Lamont was on there. Conscious Lee was on there. So do you have a link to that video that people send you? Because I got a couple timestamps, but there's a video of a sister who I don't even know her, but she is in the realm of FD Signifier and those other people.
No, so I don't. Did I send the link in the WhatsApp chat?
Yeah, but I'll get it back. But yeah, you sent it in the WhatsApp.
Yeah. So what are the timestamps?
So even before I get it, there's who do you know who sent this to you? Because I thought FD Signifier sent it to you to check out, but he was all through it.
Actually, he didn't, but a number of people sent it to me, but I don't remember exactly. He wasn't one of them, but he did not send it to me. No.
Yeah. So it was all type of things. So even in the first 2 minutes, like you could play the first, go to from the beginning all the way to like maybe 2:35 or 3, and then we can kind of stop there. But even in the first,
I can't get the layout right. My bad.
Even in the first 3 minutes, she kind of let you know the temperature she was going to be on.
So you're saying to play it from where?
From the start to like to maybe 3 minutes or 2:45.
All right, we got to take down the Chiron though.
All right.
Here we go.
Got like my African queen thing I got going on. This is like the fourth hairstyle I didn't try for this video. Listen, would y'all believe me if I told y'all that I have spent months working on this video? Which is crazy because voting as an issue is not my thing. I do not canvass for any parties or politicians. I don't have no buttons, no stickers, no posters. I don't donate to anybody. And I have not made $1 on the making of this video. I will not make any money off of this video. Nobody asked me to make this video. You'll notice you find no ads on this video or any of my videos as it stands. And I say all that to you because a lot of people who are pushing things to you re-voting or anti-voting are getting a check and they have an agenda. And I am not getting a check, but I do have an agenda, and I want to be very transparent with you about what that agenda is. If you know me already, you probably know me from my work as a public defender in New York City and as an advocate for abolition, bail reform, notably in New York City and Illinois, or for my general advocacy against policing and police brutality and for the Black community and for other marginalized groups. Or maybe you know me from my writing or some viral clip or Raheem. Or maybe you discovered me for the first time right here on YouTube. And if so, I love that. Hey y'all. But how I define myself is as a movement lawyer or a professional loudmouth, as I usually say. And it's what it sounds like. I'm a lawyer who works in furtherance of movements. And I do that by working with different communities, organizations, and individuals nationwide to fight in favor of things they need, like the Pretrial Fairness Act, the End Solitary Confinement Act, saving bail reform and ending cash bail. What's important to me is the liberation of Black people, which requires the liberation of all marginalized people and freedom from capitalism, patriarchy, and the prison industrial complex. So I work in furtherance of that goal. The first thing that we need to understand today, which I will expand on later in this video, is that change is made by the people, not the government. And two, all governments are oppositional forces resisting change. That's why we call our efforts a resistance. So to do the work I do, to do any work that's about changing the status quo, the people must fight against the government. Who the government is has a lot to do with how difficult that fight will be. The work I do, how hard I have to fight, shoots. Whether I'm able to fight at all has a lot to do with who's in office. Whether we have a Republican or Democrat administration drastically impacts whether I'm able to do the advocacy I do, whether the movements that I support are able to pass laws or save the ones that we've already passed, like the landmark bail reform that took effect in New York City in 2020, or the Pretrial Fairness Act that was just implemented in Illinois after surviving a round of attacks from Republicans, making Illinois the first state to abolish cash bail. The increasing popular sentiment I see growing in my online spaces is that Democrats and Republicans are the same, and thus voting doesn't matter, or worse, that people shouldn't vote. And that troubles me because of what the consequences of people believing that and acting accordingly would mean for the work I do and the goal I'm working towards. Listen to me and listen to me good. In my Olayemi's heart and soul, I don't give a personal about Joe Biden, Ron DeSantis, Donald Trump, Marianne Williamson, Cornel West, RFK, or anybody else running for president. I am not friends with any of them. I don't campaign for none of them. I don't donate to none of them. And I'm not personally offended or moved by your support.
So, as we talked about yesterday or tomorrow, in the show, Renee's show, this is a Greg Carr all the way. The whole video is all a Greg Carr student seem like. And then as you can see, this idea of all states are bad and this other stuff that she's talking about. I literally actually about to stop the video then, but because I saw your homeboy FD and Mark was gonna be on there, I was like, let me just skim through it. But there's a bunch of different timestamps on there. And I don't know if you know her. Any of y'all know who that lady is? This is my first time hearing her, but go ahead, Diallo.
I'm a little bit familiar.
Oh.
Go ahead.
No. What were your specific issues with that, with the first 2 minutes you asked to play?
More so the all governments are bad, all states are bad comment is the thing that I find silly but also kind of like this idea, like throughout the time, she'll get into this idea of both of them are bad, and she'll literally say one of them is a road to black liberation. You got to go past them, and the other one is fascism. So you have to go up the hill through the Democratic Party to get liberation. But yeah, that initial statement to me, like I wouldn't want to speak much to people who would talk about revolution, then say all states are bad and all this other stuff. So that's why I was about to stop.
But if she has an anarcho perspective,
she don't.
Yes.
So I don't think I heard.
I mean, that's anti-statism. That's an anti-state position.
Okay, well, I don't. It does, the way I read or listened to that video, it doesn't sound like her objective is anarchism or communism or anything of stateless. Like I don't even know what watching that video. I don't even know what she means by liberation or liberating black people. But before we get into it, if you can defend or you agree with any of what she said, I mean, maybe.
Yeah, I agree with just in those two moments. I was looking for the issue. I was waiting.
So you think all states are bad too?
I don't think any state is inherently good. No, I don't think all states are bad just out the gate. But I don't trust the state. I think that a state should be
the state or a state.
The state.
Which state though?
The one that I'm subjected to.
Oh, okay.
Do you have some good states for me?
I mean, I don't know what you call good, but I think there are states that are doing the best they can, and people have.
You want to name them?
Nicaragua, I think Venezuela, Cuba, like all of those states who are moving towards a direction. I think those are. I mean, I don't know if we want to talk about good or bad terms, but this idea of good and bad is just.
Yeah, well, I've worked with anarchists for quite a few years, and they do have a lot of valid arguments. And someone's mentioning Vietnam and Eritrea. Jesus Christ, Eritrea. So yeah, I think the state, I think the state should always be looked at with suspicion, and states should. To me, the quality of a state or the goodness of the state is directly proportional to its vulnerability to the governed. States that have are vulnerable to the governed to me would be defined as a good state or an acceptable state. The state where the people have the power to pull the plug or to change the administration.
Okay, so
if I had, I wouldn't really use good or bad in reference to a state. That's like saying money is good or bad, or a gun is good or bad. The state is an instrument. It's an institution that is more vulnerable to being bad or more likely to be bad than good because of the nature of state and its relationship to the economy. But I just think saying states are good or bad is kind of like is not really, because again, as I said, it's an object, it's an institution. I think you have to be more specific. There are some states that are more responsive to the people and serve the interests of the people, but they are few and far between.
So Jared, before we let's queue up the 25-minute mark, please, and then because then I would definitely be interested in Diallo's response to what she said about Marcus Garvey and his idea of revolution and civil engagement. But so you said you deal with anarchists a little bit, right? And in this, all through this video, well, not you, Jared, but Diallo, all through this video, she's having this idea of, and I when people say this, they're supposed to be the left, and then they always talking about the left, and it's like, oh, well, the left and the real left. And even FD was kind of like shitting on what he thought was the radical left, and he and they are more of a sober left. And I've never got to understand, okay, what exactly are you talking about? And again, it sounds like the Greg Card debate, like Card talking shit about the people on the left and the left this and that. I'm like, so it was just a bunch of foolishness.
Is that in the next clip?
Well, No, I can't remember if this one is more so of
because I didn't see this far ahead. I didn't see this much of I didn't get that far. I don't think I got that far in this video.
Past 2 minutes?
Huh?
You didn't get past 2 minutes?
No, he's talking about the 25th minute mark and beyond.
Yeah.
No, I really wasn't gonna get past 2:30 either, but but I think this one she's more talking about like you either with revolution or civic engagement. And she said, I'm radical, but I'm not revolutionary. And then she goes into the difference between Marcus Garvey. And there's a point where she actually compared George Jackson to an organizer in St. Louis who got arrested. She said these two people are revolutionary. And I'm like, I mean, it's just a whole bunch of wild shit that she was saying. But
is that in this clip?
No, this clip is the Marcus Garvey comment. Yeah.
And you want me to pull that up now?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that told me something very important. Marcus Garvey would not be surprised at where we, Black people, find ourselves today, just 83 years after his death. He wholeheartedly believed that Black people would only be free when we freed ourselves through organized violence. And he thought that today's predicament would be likely in the next 100 or 200 years from the time he predicted it. Yet, he never tried to organize us to violence and lead that revolution. But he continued to educate, write. He founded organizations, he inspired people, he globalized Pan-Africanism, and he engaged in political resistance in significant other ways. But he didn't burn it all down. And what I take from that is despite Garvey's belief that there was only one true path to freedom, violent revolution, it did not mean that he believed he was the person capable of carrying it out. It did not make it his role to play. He showed up in the ways that he could. He used the tools that he could that were and continue to be valuable in our collective struggle. The way I see it, there are two roads to be taken: revolution or civic engagement. Unless I am prepared to advocate for violence, pick up arms, lose my life, become a political prisoner, and everything else that comes along with truly choosing revolution and deciding you want to carry out some radical or violent overthrow of the government, there is no reason for me to sit up here and present myself like some kind of revolutionary. The real revolutionaries, people like George Jackson, who studied guerrilla warfare and really tried to organize people, died political prisoners, lost brothers, or Joshua Williams, who was in prison for 8 years for setting a trash can on fire at a Ferguson protest in 2014. If you are not prepared to possibly face those kinds of outcomes, please be terribly honest with yourself and resist the urge to cosplay as people who are really about that life. You can still be incredibly valuable and transformative in the ways that you were meant to show up, in the role meant for you. And that's on the other road, the civic engagement road. And if you choose to take that road, the one that already isn't the one true genuine path to freedom, you have a million tools to try to change or resist oppressive systems. And voting is but one. But the least...
So my bad, it actually was that part where she compared them. But I see there's no lies, everybody in agreement with it. How y'all feel about it?
So the the one problem that I'm stuck on, and it's just because I haven't engaged Garvey's work sufficiently or in recently enough, but I don't remember that being his primary argument.
Yeah, right.
Number one, and she didn't address his primary tactic of organizing business, his argument for how his planned return for us to Africa, et cetera. So she didn't get it. So that was confusing. And then just sort of conflated it with George Jackson as if, but all right. So that was one point. But what my biggest problem is, if I had any at all with what she's saying, is that if I understood based on what I saw in the first few minutes of this video, and it's 3 hours long, I didn't watch it enough or closely enough. But based on what you've said, if this means, if she's using this to frame an argument around why we need to end up supporting establishment mainstream electoral politics, then I would have a major problem. because it sets up that false dichotomy between either you engage electoral politics in the standard way, or you are some silly revolutionary who's not willing to actually engage in revolutionary violence. As if there's no, and that's where I see the after party argument and other endeavor as in third party, as there is a middle ground. You don't have to say pick up guns or vote for Biden, as if there's no alternative or other way we can engage. And that's the problem that I have with that sort of that false engagement with revolutionary history and radical theory, and not really just to set up that false dichotomy, which then allows for the argument to be, if we vote for Biden, if we support at best Bernie Sanders, we are as revolutionaries you could expect. And I just don't agree with that.
Right. So before you go, Diallo, so I think this is the point. So even what I'm hearing, and then maybe because I know the conclusion to all those other things, but I even see, several people in the chat saying, well, what did she say wrong? I think, I'm in agreement. But again, this idea of either take the guns and start taking it to them or whatever, or you're not true. And then the guy who burned the trash can, I don't know that story for real, but to say he's the revolutionary because he burned the trash can or whatever the case may be. But again, the idea,
or to define revolutionary action as just burning a trash can, or randomly engaging in what is broadly defined as violence. Although she did mention guerrilla warfare specifically for George. Okay.
So if Garvey or any other revolutionary who has theory understand that while the state has the monopoly on violence, it's illogical to not be organized at all and assume that you could violently overthrow a government that you have like 7 people or the 500 people in the chat, right? So again, that type of logic to me is just silly. And then I think in terms of her coming to this platform, she's talking about like, it's just my perspective. And her and FD, they frame it to where if you disagree with it, you just hating or you just weird. Or she said, I think he was saying like this basically a environment where we're gonna have the rigid left people come and just lose their shits and prove that they're more militant than us. So it's literally like the way in which they talking to their audience is setting it up to disagree with whoever critiques them, or not even engage whoever critiques them. But go ahead, Diallo.
I think it is a fallacy to suggest that if you don't engage in it, that revolution is violent, inherently and intrinsically violent. I think that is part of the indoctrination process, that revolutionary are these people who lash out violently. And what is most obscene and absurd about that is that status quo people are the most, and perpetuate and justify the most violent. The status quo is violent, and everything that we think we avoid by not engaging in revolution, such as violent deaths, incarceration, surveillance from the state, subversion and disruption of our organizations and groups and gatherings, the violation of our constitution or residency or citizenship rights, everything that we're supposed to avoid by rejecting revolution gets intensified when we are not organized in a radical revolutionary stance. And we actually find relief, and at the very least, our enemies and oppressors are willing to make concessions when we are radically organized. So I don't like this distortion of revolution brings peace. Revolution is a response to violence. Revolution is a response to injustice. But people, as this lady was suggesting, is that revolution provokes violence. And revolutions do not provoke violence. The status quo is what provoked and perpetuates the violence. So she's saying, and also I think it is a false assertion or fallacious assertion that she would say that you can't be civically engaged, which I am a civic engaged. I've worked on political campaigns. I've written policy platforms. I've advised political candidates, local candidates here, and I vote in every single fucking election. And I am also a revolutionary. I think to create this notion that a revolutionary is a person who's out engaged in violent actions and also broken apart from or separated from. And even the people she notes, or even the revolutionaries we note of, ultimately, revolution is an intellectual endeavor. So this liberal, I don't really think that, and I'm just speaking to the segments that are played here, and nothing more, because our audience or the people listening, they're just going off of what's said. Revolution brings about peace. You're not avoiding violence by rejecting revolution. You're perpetuating and intensifying violence.
So FD, your homeboy, is at 30-minute mark. If we can go there next, and it gets wilder and wilder.
Man, we're not talking
that is
bad
a
about
conversation
FD.
I've been having in general, but the difference between the very black left in real life in terms of versus our online left or what is vocal.
Right. The real left is not going to be here on YouTube too tough. But the problem is the visible real left is very much a petite bourgeois project. Yeah. And there is an inherent, and I say this from experience, there's an inherent insecurity with the role we embody within these politics as part of the problem, and those who will have to sacrifice our class position in order to realize the goals we putting forth. Yeah. And so what happens is there's this cosplaying of revolutionary. There's people that want to prove that they're more radical and revolutionary than their class position dictates. And what it ends up doing is invisibilizing and marginalizing the real problems that regular people face. Regular people will be affected by a Republican administration versus a Democrat administration.
Yes.
Period.
I think that people romanticize and sensationalize revolution, or romanticize, sensationalize liberation.
You can stop after this.
And it's just like, hey, listen, man, that all or nothing idea you have is very parasitic and violent and dangerous to people. You feel me? It's like, hey, if we can acknowledge that the way in which you get food stamps, the way in which the roads are hit, the way in which your kids get old books or new books, you feel me? The way in which your community is policed, all these usually come down to a question of voting.
I say that to say, I know.
Go ahead, stop it.
This is why I think it's necessary to say names.
I agree.
This is why you have to say names.
Listen, because you gonna see that tomorrow, because that's literally what we was talking about. He don't say no names. She don't say no names. Consciously don't say no names. And Greg Carr didn't say no names.
Yeah, I think it's because when you're talking about these broad ideologies or this broad concept of the left, or revolutionaries, you have to start saying, because obviously they're talking about specific actions and specific behaviors, so there must be people they see engaging in those actions and behaviors.
They talk about the online people in the chat. That's what they talk about.
Right. And this concept of what left is, and I would hope, fast and pray, that somewhere in there they take a moment to define what left is, what it means to be left, right, liberal, conservative, because those, and also define what revolution is and what a revolutionary is, because it seems like they have a quite myopic view of what a revolution is and what a revolutionary is or does or doesn't do. Because I mean, I can't even really, you can't really debate or even engage with your disagreements, because they're talking about these specters out there who we can't even say, well, that's an accurate assessment or an inaccurate assessment, because who are they talking about specifically? Which revolutionaries are they doing at? What revolutionaries? And you say that revolutionaries aren't online. Since when?
Bring your boy on. You gotta bring your boy on, Jared. He gonna have to clear some stuff up.
I'll reach out to him. I'll invite him to come on. I'll invite him to come on here and talk about it. So unlike Diallo, though, I am admitting a bias and some judgment based on a video I did watch of Ole that I talked about during the one of those hip hop discussions last year. where she did a long form, very friendly interview with DJ Ebro and talked glowingly about her relationship as a youngster growing up listening to Hot 97 and how great it was and how important he was and is to the culture and to the people. Which so my bias, having seen that, suggests that she is not qualified, or she's not the best or most capable of discussing or assessing radical politics and movements. But I'm admitting a bias there, given my own critique of Ebro and Hot 97 and their relationship to hip hop and popular culture and all of that. And her inability to discern in that moment the differences there make me suspicious of her ability to discern between radical and revolutionary and what forms of even radicalism we should engage. But that said, you know, look, we can't. Look, that's what I'm saying. I think I agree with Diallo. Let me just say this again clearly. I agree with Diallo. We have to be able to be not only able to and willing to call out people's names, but to do it with some level of decency and principle and argue the point of their politics and not get into too much ad hominem. I get all of that. And be able to receive the criticism.
Yeah, we literally.
But here's the thing. Let me tell y'all what I hate.
What slander? What slander?
Y'all know I'm a hater innovator. I'm a full-fledged hater participator. And the thing I hate most about FD is I can't find shit to hate on him about. So, you know, that's my most frustrating thing. I want to hate on everybody that I can, and I wish I could come on.
Well, stay tuned. Stay tuned.
And I don't have anything to slander dude about because on his own platform, and this has happened to me before too. When someone invites you on to speak, you know, you're kind of couched into what, but when I see him speak for himself on his own behalf,
of course, Eric will find
it's generally some sound and grounded analysis.
Hey,
but a lot of times, man, when we start talking about these ominous, groundless people, it just goes in too many directions. So if I get on here and talk about leftists and revolutionaries, I could talk about revolution, the ideology, the philosophy. I could talk about leftism, leftist agenda, leftist tactics, leftist values. But when I start talking about the leftists or the revolutionaries, I think it's I should have to name who I'm talking about, whether it's an individual or an organization. So I have no problem with them discussing revolution and their takes on revolution. So but when you start talking about what revolutionaries do and don't do, you got to.
So that's my problem. That's my point. Hold on, because Geechee, because FD is look, I like the dude. He's had me in videos my students recognize and shout me out for, which is always a big deal to me. So I got my bias there, you know, against being critical of him too much. But so I should be checked there too. But what I've always liked about FD is that he's been at least very clear where his political line is. That's what I've always liked about. He's like, look, this is as far as I'm willing to go. He's even in his own platform talked about how he does try to appease certain segments of his audience and this, that, and the third. He knows what he's doing. He's very clear on that. So my issue, and I will text him right now and invite him to come on. And my one question would be, or my one critique based on what I've seen here, and this is where I'm very sensitive to this point from Renee, that the whole show should be watched and not develop too many critiques based on these small clips, because I have not seen much more than I do agree with that broadly methodologically, but I just want to say, to the extent that FD does not in this video or elsewhere clarify where he is on the political spectrum and how he's defining who is left of him and what that really means, I think that does do a disservice, because then it just leaves too much confusion and room for conservative and liberal analyses to step in. But yeah.
So I can agree with Renee in terms of one clip, but if there are several clips with a long enough time to hear they lay out their argument, right? I think it's important. And also to Diallo point, I looked through this, I skimmed through it, so I can't tell you I watched all of it, but I skimmed through it all the way till the end. And I don't hear much about the organization they're in and or the left organizations they can critique. Because even if you don't call people out, you should be able to call the organization out. So-and-so organization believes this, and this is why it's wrong.
Or
And
there are
that
historical examples. If you don't want to bump heads with nobody that could show up at your doorstep, you can tell us, like when she was referencing Garvey incorrectly, talking about Garvey, when Garvey gave too many speeches, wrote down too much shit for us to be misinterpreting him as saying, you know, his whole thing is
violence.
He was buying commercial steamships, not war barges. You know, come on.
Well,
but I digress.
Charlamagne called him an entrepreneur, but go ahead, play the 30
Who said that?
Well, entrepreneur. You remember when he said he's a well-known entrepreneur? Charlamagne said that. You did a whack excellence video on it, but go ahead.
Oh, right.
This is Jared's other homeboy, consciously.
Why is this my homeboy?
Clever.
Because you said consciously on the video.
Them all your people, Jared. That's your arena.
I said consciously on the video.
Why did you show up on this video?
No, because I'm not in this
radical
crew.
center.
It does not negate though that this right here is gonna be ran this way. And recognize that a lot of places, especially down south, the sheriff don't even have no opponent.
I am big on self-awareness, and I have never liked that we academics, lawyers, journalists, YouTubers, middle class and upper middle class, petite bourgeoisie, talented 10th ass, feeling like we need to pretend to be something else, that we need to posture like we the real in the trenches and adopt positions that are so senselessly privileged or harmful to the who are actually in the trenches. And I haven't seen more of that than what I've seen in how some folks are talking about this election. So I want to speak quickly to a few arguments I'm not going to be breathing life into in this video, and that's anti-voting / voting is legitimizing the state, accelerationism, and breaking the corporate duopoly. First, anti-voting. First of all, when I say anti-voting, I am not talking about voter apathy or even so much individual people deciding they're not going to vote or that they can't vote for one reason or the next. That makes sense.
I understand people's frustration for self, and I totally can accept that, especially in the US. The idea sometimes people condescend others because they're like, just vote, why wouldn't you vote? And to me, of course, it takes me less than 5 minutes to do that in Canada. In the US, I'm seeing people sometimes line 6 to 9 hours. That is a work day. I'm sorry, make that a national holiday. I know it's a totally separate issue, but I totally understand why people disenfranchised with that free access. It's like that. I literally can't. I can't take that much time off work to go do that or something like that. So in that respect, I understand people's frustration, and also to your point that yes, it does seem at a lot of times both parties aren't representational of the people, especially not from a leftist perspective. They're both at the end of the day furthering policies that benefit the very rich. There's no question, no matter how you.
So again, this idea of a leftist perspective, she actually admit, I don't know if it was that clip, but she stopped and said, by all means, let me tell you, no, I'm a privileged person. So, but then even on the show, every guest she posed her as a privileged person. So they're mostly lawyers or internet celebrities or whatever.
Again, I think Black people with formal education, Black people who have, and I think that class consciousness is necessary, but what she's asserting is not class consciousness. And to speak on behalf of the people she defined as in the trenches, but did she have any trench dwellers on the pop-up in the discussion? So, and I do think that if you are a Black person who has some formal education or whatever else you have that's an asset, I don't think that you need to be shy about articulating your views, your positions, or have to get permission to engage in your people's liberation struggles or make a positive contribution to your people's just aspirations. And what she's saying is quite elitist, even as she tries to couch it in denouncing or mocking the so-called elitists, but saying that the trench, the noble savage type point of view is just as pandering as though she was seeking to criticize or critique.
Yeah. And I mean, I think also one of the things FD said a couple of times was, "I don't know what you're going to leave in." So you know that she's taking a bunch of clips and pretty much targeting towards her overall.
As
message.
some have noted in the chat, it is beautifully edited. I'm jealous as shit of the editing. I'm not even going to front. The editing is wonderful. The lighting, the camera setup, the production value is dope. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off though. Sorry,
No, I'm just saying, but it's edited in a way also to where there was one white guy who seems like he had a line that would be more of what we were talking about, but it seems like once he made it, like for instance, he ended up saying, "Well, that's why we need to vote for people like Cory Bush," and I was like, "Oh," and that's what.
But this is what. So again, from this clip and what else of this I've seen and what else I've seen from some of these producers, because I've watched several videos from a number of the folks on this in this thing here. From my knowledge of this video and what else they produce, to be fair, they don't couch themselves in the radical politics we find around here. And this is what I'm always disturbed by when they make references to a Garvey or a George Jackson, even if it isn't as wrongly done as it was done here. It's done not using those politics as the frame to be developed for the piece they're talking about now. So they just make an allusion to them and then bring us back to this Alex Vitale, the author of the History on Policing, End of Police, and all that. Some of which I've read and enjoyed, actually. From what I remember, I didn't go too far, but yeah. But that's my point. These creatives are not coming out of, again, radical politics, revolutionary political spaces. They're not engaging those ideas or those politics. And that's why the way she set it up suggests that nothing left of voting for the Democratic Party is mature, logical, radical, transformative. So it diminishes the kinds of work that she then says people in the trenches that she alludes to, that you all rightly point out don't appear in this video, that they're doing. So I'm confused also then by, what does it mean to be in the trenches? Is this strictly a class position? So we're saying that anyone of a certain class position is automatically in the trenches, or does it require some sort of political engagement, some sort of politics or ideological engagement at some point? Because how then do we, because to me, the people I would define as being in the trenches are harmed by these more popular analyses that demonize from a position of legitimate left politics, those on the actual radical left, as if, again, there's nothing that we can learn about from George or even Garvey in terms of their analysis of electoral politics or what we might do building from that today. So I'm not really clear. Malcolm X had an argument for electoral politics. The Black Panther Party had an argument for electoral politics. The Black Liberation Army has an argument for electoral politics. So why aren't those frames ever engaged by what is considered to be or meant to be the acceptable left? I'll end there by saying that there is a class position being upheld beyond the racial or any other politics in this kinds of videos that seeks to defend what, from my vantage point, and probably many of others of us gathered here, is an ultimately liberal politics as rebranded as revolutionary. It's a class so that they can maintain their high level YouTube audiences, most of which is going to be white and affluent, and they can maintain their relevance and involve each other in each other's videos and so on and so forth, and never engage anybody on their left, because she's already set that frame as if you have an analysis that includes not voting or voting for a third party or you are upholding the state, we're not even engaging that, even to explore the logic in those arguments and undercut them or challenge them or disagree with them, right, as people will see in our discussion tomorrow as well.
Right. So if y'all remember when Little Mermaid came out, and I was telling y'all that Chloe and Haley is from where I'm from, and I made a comment, and then her aunt kind of had some beef with me or whatever. But on this video, I actually just noticed like their family is they got some stuff, but their brother, their uncle wrote why didn't we riot? His name was Isaac J. Bailey. I don't know if y'all ever heard the book or read it, but she referenced that, and it just really quickly made me think of like how connected they are, and maybe even how and why they even came to being. But a lot of things that I want you to cue 1 minute and 11 I'm sorry, 1 hour and 11 minutes.
Yeah, it's ready.
And then if y'all can draw, because she said it at the beginning, like a movement lawyer. After this, could you probably define what a movement lawyer is?
Today's war was available in yesterday's war. So please understand that the position you play today is the position you would have played. The same roles are available. So babe, if today your only contribution to the movement is tweeting angrily at me that we need to burn it all down, not vote, you are in fact not a burning it all down, just like you would not have been in yesterday's war. You are doing what you would be doing in the movement. Please understand that the burn it all down got it cracking for real. The light the cups up really do that. So if that's not what you're doing, that is not what you do. And that is okay. That is okay. Please divorce yourself from this idea that you need to liken yourself to revolutionaries or posture as anything other than people who care, who are doing their best and who are trying to do their best with what they're capable of and the tools that they have. You do not need to cosplay like revolutionaries. You don't need to posture. You don't need to perpetuate like you the getting it out the mud. Like Marcus Garvey, like you, I am not the bitch burning it all down. And that's not a slight to Garvey, me, or you. But like Garvey, if you believe that the one true path to freedom is a path you yourself are not able to pursue, you must obviously use as many other tools as possible at your disposal, with the knowledge that none of them individually can bring about your liberation, but that they can collectively move you closer. But more important than the fact that none of these tools by themselves can bring about your liberation is remembering that no government administration ever will.
All right. So again, I also now see people in the chat going from she ain't lying to Greenwood to now seeing her climax. But go ahead. Any thoughts about what the hell a movement lawyer means, and maybe we might need her, so maybe don't.
I think she was very clear where she says she's a public defender, and we are all clear on the fact that, especially for people who can't afford legal counsel, how the system railroads such people into accepting terms of incarceration and or probation and parole that is unjust and overreaching. So, and she also spoke specifically about reformist policies in related to bail, related to pretrial detention. I think she was pretty clear on talking about as an activist or as a movement lawyer, representing those who don't have the resources and advocating for more just and responsive incarceration, bail, and detainment policies, as well as police accountability and oversight.
I think she's
which is valued work. Bail reform, again, when she mentioned bail reform here in Illinois, it's value and it's relevant work, even though it isn't revolutionary.
Oh, I agree. I think I have a huge bias, since I mentioned my biases a minute ago, for in favor of public defenders, people who do that work. So I appreciate that. But when I think of a movement lawyer, I think of the lawyers that, for instance, Daruba has been inviting us to talk with and about, who would bring cases against the police associations, who would be trying to free political prisoners, who would be that's the Abolitionist Law Center, the Jailhouse Lawyers Network, the people who work for the Jericho movement, that's the Bob Boyles and the Kunslers of the past, and the Lynn Washingtons and the Liz Finks. Those are the people I think are. Did I get that name right? I'm confusing with the journalist who works for Mumia. And her husband, her widow just passed too. I'm messing up, but those are the people I think of when I think of movement lawyers. As much as I do respect what public defenders are doing, but again, what I'm really feeling a sort of a defensiveness against is that and now that she's a lawyer too. Noelle Hanrahan, no doubt, prison radio. I mean, she went back and got her law degree just to do that work. So absolutely, but they're not doing it. They're not performing as Lynn Stewart. Thank you. Rest in peace, rest in power to her and Ralph Pointer. That those they're not using their work as movement lawyers to discredit or discourage truly radical revolutionary analyses and movements. And that's where I'm feeling a defensiveness around the video I'm watching here, where the positioning of herself and her colleagues in this video as the legitimate spokespersons of actual logical and mature politics, they are doing that. As she said, at least she was honest about it from the beginning. And I would just encourage them and others in their audience and anyone else, myself included, to re-engage those ideas and truly understand them and become competent in them, so then we could infuse them in our engagement in electoral politics to the extent we find that necessary. And again, with her recitation of Garvey, I mean, like,
and it's funny that she mentioned accelerationist.
Yeah.
At the same time,
she said
what could be more accelerationist than capitalist? Where she's saying that the acceleration of the people are like, hell, there's no turning this around. We have to wait for it to all to collapse and then rebuild from the rubble. And she denounced those people who take that position. At the same time, she's advocating or seeing or suggesting that you can work with the very forces who are actually not saying step back and let them burn it, where she keeps saying burn it down. Who's burning it down if it's not capitalist?
Right. It's the straw man. She's setting up the straw man against that. That's
and the way she defines a revolutionary, you're not a revolutionary unless you're out engaging in violence.
Burning it down.
They were
when there are factions from government agencies, like everything that she's leveling against. Everything that she's leveling these accusations against, she then turns around and gives legitimacy to the institutions that are actually engaged in what she's talking about.
So I didn't mean to weaponize the comments, but I Erica, what she said there is so bars. I'm saying publicly, I'm stealing that line from Erica. That whole stop punching left. Everybody want to either punch down or punch left. Stop that.
So
I'm sorry.
Before we get to the other clip, like there's a couple things, right? I'm gonna give you the FD analogy that I would have y'all to debate, but they keep talking about the impact of the two, right? So the impact of the white bold imperialists versus the covert white imperialists. And she goes on talking about the nostalgia of Obama years, and she likened Biden to a weak rebound boyfriend. So again, the Greg Carrian line, the weaker adversary is who they want to put in office, the easiest person to defeat. And that's what they're saying they're doing. Now, FD, the thing I would have y'all, him explain better, is he said he likened voting to washing your hand after you taking a shit, because that lower your chances of catching something or getting sick. And and he said that line a couple of times. He said, whenever you say you don't vote, I'm like, you don't wash your hand after you take a shit. Like that's his line. And I'm like, I would love for you to flesh that out and then have that conversation with Jared based off of, again, the conversation that we will have tomorrow on Renee's show. But that analogy was like, he thought it was strong. He kept saying it like it was strong. And she was like, yeah. And so it was just a wild leftist internet show.
Yeah, what can I say? All right. Did you want to say anything before we run this, or just run it?
This is her. Again, the video is talk about. I can't even remember the title now. What's the title about the
ultimate 2024 election survival guide?
Survival guide. So this is how we survive. This is her line. Go ahead.
Need to shift social consciousness past Eric Adams to get it to where mine is, or where it needs to be to help my clients. But I'm if every time that I try to expose what's wrong with the Eric Adams visions to the people that I can at least reach and potentially shift, a group of assholes say, there's no difference between Eric Adams' vision and Curtis Sliwa's vision, because you know what happens then? We either stay stuck in place at Eric Adams' vision, or worse, we roll even further down the hill into fascism. Progress is a literal uphill battle, so let's envision it as such, shall we? If you visualize a hill, put liberation at the tippy top. To get there, we the people have to push an enormous boulder up that hill. If liberation is at the top, fascism is at the bottom. And that's where the Republicans are. Above them on that hill is the status quo. That's where the Democrats are. We want to get past that point. If we're standing there on the hill, essentially holding the fort on that boulder, trying to figure out how to push past that point in the hill, and you say there's no difference between that point and the bottom of the hill where fascism is, we might stay put, holding the boulder off. But what's more likely is some people stop helping us try to push the boulder upward or hold it off. They simply let go, and we roll down the hill into fascism. I have been frustrated with this argument, both professionally and personally, for a while. Especially.
Go ahead. Say what? Geechee what?
Someone said in the comments earlier that you're bad at explaining things.
Okay. And
because you misrepresented what she said.
I misrepresented what she said. What did she say?
Well, the way you, and let me not even tell you what you said. It's on tape. I'll tell you how I felt when you were talking about we got to go past or go through the Democrats. What that is an accurate analogy right there, what she said. Whereas that whole pushing the boulder up the hill and shit like that, I just say, that we don't necessarily have to be on the hill, but what she said in terms of that is accurate in the political, the Overton window of U.S. politics.
So again, how am I bad at explaining? Because that's what she said.
Yes.
So how am I bad at?
I don't know. Somebody else said it. It was a comment.
Oh, so that's why it was important for you to just say it, because somebody, not like everybody, but somebody.
Some of these YouTube commentators out here.
Yeah, and they also said that you write about a lot, but I don't know if that's fucking true.
Ouch.
I know, my bad. I love you though. So listen, this whole idea of fascism, right? Red fascism, blue not. Could we, just for the sake of anybody who don't know, I mean, I actually went and looked back again. Like, how would y'all define fascism? You have the BLA says fascism is a repressive form of government that takes on police state characteristics, in that all forms of political, economic, and social opposition is forcibly suppressed to maintain the status quo. Would y'all say that's the definition? Would y'all add to it?
So again, I as a wannabe George Jacksonist, I agree not only with the BLA, but George's assessment that it's already here. And it's in this idea that fascism is only going to look one way, stylized in what is usually implanted in our mind's eye from World War II films, et cetera, and so forth. We just assume that anything separate from that isn't quite fascism. And that's why fascism can only be represented by the boogeyman of the Republican Party, as opposed, and which, by the way, if the Republican Party it's illogical even from the sense, if the Republican Party were actually fascist, what makes anyone think that simply electing a Democrat would eradicate the problem? So the Republican Party wouldn't be the bringer of fascism; it would be the symbolic representation of
You
a
don't know what you're
fascism that
talking
is
about.
already.
He disagreed because he agreed with
Who
everything she
disagreed?
just said. That guy up
What
there,
happened?
the guy up top left, Diallo guy. He said everything she said was true.
So so the idea then that we would have to that we would have to accept Eric Adams as a non-fascistic, distinguishable difference from, I suppose she would say, or someone else would say, Giuliani as former mayor, is, I think, what is lacking in her and others' analysis of the people they will passingly reference, specifically George Jackson in this case, and others, rather than actually engaging that politics. But the problem with actually engaging that politics is you don't get the money that generates those fancy edits and that brilliant production, and it takes you more. I think even more than that. Just this is my own speculation here. It takes you out of certain social political circles once you are deemed as too far to the left, or per our chat, to insufficient in our ability to engage criticism.
Diallo, before you go, please give us your definition of fascism. If you agree, disagree, because if you already agree with her, I would just like to know your definition of fascism.
Well, here's the thing about fascism. There is no singular definition. Fascism doesn't really have a definition. It has characteristics.
Okay.
And the reason why is because fascism, unlike socialism, liberalism, even communism and capitalism, people who are engaged in fascists don't like to self-identify. So there's really no fascist institute, no fascist philosophy. And in fact, many fascists love to hurl the term fascist at other people and call other people fascist. So because of that, I can tell you the characteristics and components of fascism. But in terms of the definition of fascism, it's really, at least I've yet to encounter one that fully encompasses what it is.
So give us some characteristics then, because I think BLA was headed in the right direction, but give us some characteristics.
Well, but BLA, there's also a racial or racist or racial component to it, a genetic or what's called a eugenics component to every fascist movement in terms of purity of blood and contamination of blood, and associating the people with the land. The people are the land, and so to preserve the land, to preserve the people, hyper nationalism, the belief in a history, a lost history that never existed, a belief in a derailment of moving towards a grand destiny or a grand outcome. There are a lot of components to fascism that not all fascist movement have, and some fascist movement have some or other ones, but ultimately, militant hyper nationalism and xenophobia and jingoism, scapegoating is a big component of fascism, where the fascist appeals to the fascists by telling them that your problems are from are a product of another vulnerable group, as opposed to the problem being the elites and the state. Admiration of authoritarianism and the elites.
I mean, you just sound like you're describing the Democratic Party, though. Like that's what
I'm not describing the Democratic Party. I would not define the Democratic Party as fascist.
But you would define Republican as fascist?
Yeah, the Republican Party currently is a full blown fascist party. If you look at Agenda 2025, if you look at their leaders, and if you look at their policy platform, they are fascist. Whereas the Democrat is a corporatist party. I'm not saying that the Democrats are a good party or anti-fascist. And I think many of Democratic policies, especially from the Clinton era and Clinton policies, laid the fertile soil for the emergence of a fascist party.
Can you help me understand that distinction? What policy, like if you were to give an example of a policy that distinguishes the corporatist Democrats from the fascistic Republicans, what would that be?
Well, number one, there is no singular figurehead or a singular fulcrum figure like Trump in the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party also has divergence within the party. You do have the progressive Democrats, the and various caucuses within the Democrats that don't exist with the Republican Party. I'm sorry.
This just sounds like a car argument. I like the weak. Like, do you believe
it's
also
not an
the
argument?
weaker,
Listen. These are
the weaker
characteristics of the party. Now, if you think they are secretly fascist and their forward face is that they're tricking us, but everything I say about the party,
but you don't think that you don't think the Democrats are covertly behaving and believing in the same thing?
I don't think the Democratic Party. See, this is the thing. You have individual party members, then you have the overall party. And within the party, which is the Democrats, part of their marketing, they are a larger tent party. Many people run to the Democrats. There are many Republicans who are exiting the Republican Party and signing up with the Democratic. There is a right-wing corporatist conservative Democrat. There are theological Democrats. There are also progressive Democrats. Democrats are supporting abortion. They are advocating for re-implementation, which they implement these policies and then undermine them with everything from banking consolidation and corporate consolidation and other components of fascism that part of their platform they oppose. And one of the reasons why most people in the United States or people that follow Western politics say that the Republican Party is so forthright and aggressive and direct, where the Democrats seem so squeamish. I mean, I don't see anywhere where Democratic policies, now they engage in gerrymandering, no doubt, but I don't see mass disenfranchisement coming out of the Democratic Party like it's the Republican Party. They are not the same party.
Well, they first of all, they wouldn't want to disenfranchise because they need the myth that they are the people's party to get their people elected. So they're going to by default.
And she makes that. I'm saying, but she makes.
I don't think that's all Democrats
she makes that point.
Say that they're the people's party. You have the Nancy Pelosi wing and other.
No,
people
again, to your point, there are the individuals, and then there's the party. The party. What it wants as many votes as it can get because it presents itself as the people's alternative to the Republicans. But my point was specific around a question of policy and beyond what I again think are not unimportant or irrelevant, but are the garnish policies around abortion or I think you said
that's not garnish. That's central. I mean, black women are dying out here because they're being denied access to reproductive health. And that's not a garnish policy.
It is
it fundamental right.
You're again. I didn't say it wasn't a fundamental right from the perspective of power and what their ultimate goals are. Abortion, and again, I'm making reference. I maybe put too much on it, but this is where I keep going back to what I think is the par excellence example. When Karl Rove, Bush's brain, made the point, we are intentionally going to construct abortion and gay rights as topics we can win around because we don't want people focused on what are for them more important issues around militarism, capital, wealth, et cetera, and so forth. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's unimportant. That was my whole point. That's why of all people, I would think you would appreciate this nuance. So what I'm saying is that from their perspective, they're happy to from their perspective, win or lose votes, depending which party we're talking about, on the issue of abortion, as long as they're not winning or losing votes on the issue of capitalism, imperialism, redistribution.
I agree,
et cetera, and so forth. So my point is, that the willingness on our end to allow for them to rebrand a definition of fascism around issues like abortion, gay rights, gender equality, so on and so forth, anything
Voter
short of national liberation,
disenfranchisement.
all of that. To the extent that we are able to say that if they offer us that, then they're not engaged in a fascist project of aligning with corporations which are just the realignment of an anonymous ruling elite to under the imperialist rule of law extract and exploit, then we're missing the point. And this is why
that every government where the state is aligned with the ruling elite is a fascist government?
If the goals of that ruling elite are to be a police state, to be imperialist, capitalist, exploitive, suppressive of national rights, et cetera, so forth, yeah, absolutely. Because I'm accepting the definition of the BLA and of George Jackson, but I said that at the beginning. That's the definition of fascism I'm operating under.
And I guess, yeah. I think the like Ricky said in terms of the class context, when you say ruling elite, you meaning what? Like, could the mass majority? No, when Diallo says ruling elite, are you saying that the mass people are in control of the government or the state apparatus? Are you calling them the ruling elite too? Elite? Like when you say ruling elite, what are you saying?
Some of them are. Not all politicians are members of the ruling elite.
No, I'm saying though, but when you use the word ruling elite, right? Let's say if the state, like Nicaragua, for instance, is there a ruling elite in Nicaragua?
Yes.
And who's the ruling elite?
There are the old colonizers, the old school colonizers, whereas the in terms of the ruling elite in a leftist or progressive state, there are people who run the government. They might not necessarily be right-wing reactionaries, but yeah, if any state that has a hierarchy within the state, then those people rule or govern or governing elite if it's better.
All right. Well, this is I make a propose. I think we need to do a car ball 2.0, and y'all bring a friend. Maybe Jared, you bring Nefa, and Diallo can rock with car team, and I think that would be a better debate.
And the debate is the Democratic Party fascistic?
Or the Democratic Party is the role to Black liberation, since he seemed to agree with the sister.
She didn't say that Democratic Party was a road to liberation. She never said that. She never said the Democratic Party.
She didn't say you have to go past them.
I thought that wasn't the implication with the rolling up the hill.
That's literally the road, bro.
This is okay. Let me clarify, because that's what I thought when you said that's what she said. What she said was that as the people progress, they're going to not necessarily go with it, that it really, the Democratic Party was another obstacle to liberation. Along the path to liberation, the Democratic Party is not a partner or a goal. It was an obstacle. And we need to go past them to get to liberation, or go through them to get to liberation. But it is, if we go past them, they are not as bad as the Republicans, but they're still an obstacle on the way to liberation.
They're obstacle that you run towards while you're running away from.
You're not running towards. You're going towards liberation, and one of the bumps in that road as you push up the hill. So she's basically saying we can continue to cheat from her analysis and her conclusions. The Republicans taking the more state power or formal power
not
that
the policies. It's just the party, right? So
I think it's the policies.
Okay, so
how do you separate a party from its policies and its platforms?
Well, I think if you have your arrangement of the policies that you focus on, you wouldn't be so focused on Democrats in particular, and any people that can help you achieve your objective.
So that would be my point. If you're not separating the party from its platforms, the Democrats are just as obviously fascistic as anybody. That's my point. That their platforms are. By the way, just real quick, FD's in the chat, because he said he's texted. He said he's willing to come on, but I would suggest that we schedule it for another time because we're already way over. I didn't want to rush it.
Fine. Yeah, that's fine.
So we can see about having him come on next week if you want. And
we still gonna play his clip at the end right now.
Oh yeah.
So here's the thing. Are you saying, Jared?
Yes.
You're saying that on a scale that you're asserting that the Democrats are just as fascistic as the Republican Party?
Yes.
What do you see as is there any divergence or difference between the two parties?
Yes.
In terms of
the fox and the wolf, as Malcolm summarized it. And that's my point, that the Democrats present themselves differently to reach the same objective. And I think we've not quite figured out, myself included, a maneuver around that. But that is what I'm saying. Okay. And in some ways, I think that they're worse because they can get away with things, particularly under Obama, for instance, that they might not have gotten away with. I mean, even now, with all the support Palestine is getting, I wonder if it wouldn't even be more if this was happening under a Republican president.
It absolutely is, and it was.
What do you mean?
It absolutely is. Well, with
no,
Trump
we can't judge October 7th because this is I think a bit different than what we've seen in my lifetime in terms of an uprising and a response. But that's all. So what I'm saying is, I think Palestinians might even be getting. And this is why, again, I struggle with this. George Jackson argued we should be voting for the Republicans. We should be doing, as she would argue, as Ole would argue, we should be, right. What is it? I forgot the phrase that they use to define it, acceleration. To the extent I want to be a George Jackson, as I said, I want to be because I can't do that. I can't see that. But I can't see voting for the Democratic alternative as an option either because I see that as part of the same thing.
Now, because this is what confuses me about elections. We're not just talking about presidential elections, right?
Of course not. But
we're talking about everything from regional, local, state, and national elections, right?
Absolutely.
Jared?
Sure, yeah.
And so on a local level, like the mayor of Chicago, who's a Democratic mayor, he's a fascist.
Are you asking me this question?
Yes. Yeah.
The party he's in is a fascistic party. I'm not saying everybody in there is themselves a consciously performing. Some of them are well-meaning people who think that they can work within that party to do something else. I'm saying the part, but that's why you were asking the part. You even started. I thought I interpreted.
Yeah. Well,
that the party has its own goals.
Think when we talk about parties, we have to talk about politicians. We have to talk about political parties. We have to talk about the apparatus.
But your mayor is not running the Democratic Party. I'm talking about what would be the equivalent of the DLC today. I think they disbanded and rebranded. But yeah,
is not a fascist in his policy. In
I've
his
seen
ideology,
paper straws. I've seen plastic straws, and I've seen Diallo straws. That's why I asked you to define fascism so that we could just get that out of the way, and then you can decide if your mayor is a fascist mayor or not. But
the mayor of Chicago is not a fascist, but he's a Democrat.
Well, again, whatever your definition is of fascism, that's not to say what she talked about going up the hill to a non-fascist Democrat or falling down to a fascist Republican. Does that mean every Republican a fascist? Would you say that?
I think every active Republican that you cannot be. I don't know of within the. Now, you could tell me because, again, within the Democratic Party, the Big Tent Party, as Jared say, they want to give the impression that they are a Big Tent Party, which they are. There are a lot of divergence and a lot of conflict within the Democratic Party. We understand that the purse strings, like the Democratic Party funding is in contradiction and in conflict with its constituents. Because we know that most Black people vote Democrat, that there are a lot of people with progressive ideas, reformist ideas and approaches, and they tend to caucus with, support, or be active Democrats. Now you're saying they're all tricked and they're all don't understand that they're within a fascist party.
Who say I wait, I said that? I don't care what the Democrats believe. I said most of us including yourself, cannot see that the Democratic Party is a fascistic party. Because
Well, I think the
whatever
United
trinkets they
States
give,
is
whatever they
a
do, whether the Kentaklaw, whatever they do in terms of the Democratic, whatever they do has convinced even you, which I'm surprised that they aren't fascistic as well as.
well. When you say fascistic versus fascist, you're saying they're a fascist party. Because saying something is fascistic is a little different than saying it's fascist.
Okay, they're a fascist party as well as the Republicans.
Not to me, and not how I'm using that today.
And to what extent? Because I know some non-fascist Democrats. Do you know some non-fascist Republicans?
Well, I don't know a lot of Republicans at all, but I'm pretty sure if there's non-fascist Democrats, there's non-fascist Republicans.
Let's just go off of Republican elected officials.
Actually, yeah. Matter of fact, I do. My homeboy in Stone Mountain said he voted Republican, and I know he's not a fascist.
No. I said no. I didn't say voters, because a lot of independents vote. Because I'm an independent, but I've voted for Democrats before. I voted for the Democratic mayor. You know, I've voted for another who lost.
Let us do this clip real quick.
Opponents. I'm not talking about voters. I'm talking about elected officials.
We didn't get the boys students and that. Let's do this clip real quick. And we might have to skip boys for next week because all the students spoke.
They sure did.
Down on base building rather than lobbying and policy advocacy in Washington, or frankly, even at the state level. I do it some at the local level when there are sympathetic elected officials who I think really get it. But I think we have to change the facts on the ground. Yeah. And the way we're going to do that is through base building. So personally, I'm working in LA County. I'm working in Memphis. I'm working here in New York City, and I'm supporting struggles all over the country. In whatever ways I can, but I'm not spending a lot of time working with the mainstream civil rights organizations, the lobbyists in Washington, even though I have friends there and I have people who I think have the right analysis, but I just don't see the point right now in investing a lot of energy in federal policy making. Because we're just not going to get anywhere. So let's change the facts on the ground so that more people like Cori Bush can run for election and get elected.
And to Alex's point about getting folk like Cori Bush elected and what I mean by we can work with these people, I recently helped support Cori Bush in the Unlock the Box campaign with their End Solitary Confinement Act they recently introduced.
I want to be very clear. These in Atlanta should be ashamed of themselves because it's all niggas out here running the game for this cop city shit, right? So, like, make no mistake, that is a problem. That is a challenge. But also make no mistake, if the white woman would have won over Andre Dickens out here in Atlanta, if Atlanta had a fully white administrative body to go along with the fully white corporate overseers, it wouldn't even have been a question. It wouldn't even have been a chance to even engage with it. The one thing I'll give the anti-democrat sentiment is that it lulls to sleep. Yeah. Right? It lulls to sleep. Dickens, who I voted for Dickens here in Atlanta, right? Because it was between him and a clearly pro-cop black woman. Like I love y'all, but y'all be getting away with some shit in the political arena.
No, that's some carceral shit.
Right, some carceral shit. It was between him and an explicitly pro-cop black woman running for mayor in Atlanta after like all 75 of the other people got out the race. Atlanta's weird. And so I voted for him. I didn't vote for him with the spirit of like, this is the revolution starting here in Atlanta. I voted for him because I was the best person for the job. But if the pro-cop woman would have won, they'd have shot more than one protester in that forest. You feel me?
Yeah.
Like the whole this is a equation. There are massive elements to all of these political actions and movements Oh no, that was what I was trying to get at is, and so he got into office, and a lot of niggas went to sleep. They went back to sleep, right? And so he's been running this game on Cop City. He got it. I don't know what check he got or where the checks are going. We know that Coca-Cola and Lockheed and all these people are.
So again, I don't know if it was a slip, but first he said it was between Dickens and a white woman. And
A
then
black
he said,
woman. I thought he said a black woman.
no, he started out with a white woman. He said those white women would have won, blah, blah, blah. And then he went into a black woman. And so I wasn't confused. I was confused which one he was talking about. If it's the black woman or the white woman against Dickens. But Dickens, I don't remember him not being pro state or cops. And then again, it's the conflation that Greg Carr makes also. It would have been way worse if Torque wouldn't have been the only one that was shot. It would have been multiple people. So I would like more so for the people who are saying it would have been better on this case to prove it, right? Again, the same thing with what you talked about with Carr. When Lucretia Clemens is in that office, you're saying that she did this as a Democrat, and you're saying what the Republican judge would have done was twice worse, or whatever the case would be. I just would want that conversation to be more fleshed out and proven, as opposed to, if it almost feel like hot takes for real. Because what is there to prove there that a Republican would have been way worse when this city has been under black Democratic rule for quite some time? And
look, it came up.
Can y'all hear him?
His sound is out.
Yeah. It came up.
You're not muted either. That's what you get.
I know.
FD took you out, yo.
The ancestors.
Is this working? Is this better?
You back.
Make any difference? Am I back?
Okay. You back at it.
He wasn't muted. It was just went out.
It wasn't. Yeah. So what all right. What was I just trying to say? That what I was saying was it came up yesterday in what will air tomorrow in a reflection of today, but what bothers me, again, more than anything, almost exclusively, is the initial framing of this discussion, like so many others, that says we're eschewing everything to the left. We're leaving out this immature, illogical, radical left, and we're staying within the confines of this acceptable, sanctionable discussion. And in that context, everything that's being said takes on a different logic. I just don't. What I would prefer is I would love, to your point, as I understood it, more research and explanation that seeks to definitively prove these claims that these voting choices we're making are making the kinds of progress and having the kinds of impact that I think is being claimed, versus what we might get should we be attempting other ways of engaging. And I would like for more discussion to occur around differently engaging these electoral spaces, so that we don't get so easily caught up in where we are now, where, as from my outsider, non-expertise view of what's happening in Atlanta and elsewhere, is that these are not resulting in the kinds of victories and differences that most people want and deserve.
I'd like to say, based on the sister's diagram, what she's articulating is accurate. The Democrats are bad and the Republicans are objectively worse, for wherever you take that on. Another thing that we all agreed on, that being civically engaged does not negate being revolutionary. As I advocate for Black people, they need to vote policy. Don't vote politician or party, but vote policy. And when we engage and think about those policies in our own interests, we need to be co-distant and calculating when it comes to the U.S. political infrastructure. And with all that being said, we can evaluate the horrendous negative components of the imperialist state of the United States. and we could talk about what's on the ballot. And anybody who is civically engaged, you'll find that anytime you go to the ballot, you will find that 90% of the things on the ballot is not Democrat or Republican. You're not voting for any party or politician. You know, you're voting everything from water reclamation to budget allotments to taxation reforms and other types. And many of them you're voting for nonpartisan judges. I know that's an anathema, but we should be, as long as we are subject to the state, we should engage the state and extract, harm, reduce, and where we can disrupt as well. And the real work of liberations, because neither party, as you pointed out, neither party is going to stop the capitalist machine that requires ecosystem destruction, imperialist party, assassination, CIA, FBI. Those certain components of the U.S. governing apparatus are independent of party. And have survived all these parties, and even the presidents who, I'm going to smash the CIA into 1,000 pieces. We see what happens to them. So those aren't on the ballot for either party. So when we talk about voting and the political party, as adults, I think we should discuss what is possible, what can be extracted or what can be subverted as we enter the ballot box, instead of saying, since I'm not going to get a unicorn and a chocolate castle from the ballot box, so they're both bad. So when we whittle it down, because it's relatively limited what we can gain or what we can impose through the ballot box, is a relatively limited space and a limited options. And those limited options, I think, are all we should be debating and discussion. And everything else we discuss as far as Black people, Black liberation is outside of and in opposition to the political process. But again, if we call everything fascist, nothing's fascist. And so is the Democratic Party fascist? No.
So wait a minute. So again, I was very clear with my definition of fascism and why I define the Democratic Party as fascist. They defend a police state. They defend an extractive relationship with the planet and the population, capitalism, imperialism, so on. And I'm going off of what the BLA and George Jackson has said as their definition. So this whole thing of everybody's fascist and nobody's fascist doesn't apply to what I'm saying. And that's part of my problem with the framing in the video, and now with the framing
as you also articulated, not every politician, not every Democratic or Republican candidate has any say within the international policies. They don't really have any say. Like the Democratic mayor was aggressively and even violently opposed by the Policemen Benevolent Association and the police union. And they went full on against his to endorse his opponent, even breaking certain election laws to advance his opponent. So I wish it was clear and cut and dry, this Lex Luthor shit where this is the bad guy and this is the good guy. But it's a little more complex than that.
So is my argument, which you have not let me finish making, or you are not listening to when I do. So as I will continue on, if I may, pre-interruption, what I'm saying is it's not to say Lex Luthor good or bad. It is to say we do need a more nuanced engagement within the context of radical political framing. That's what I'm saying. But we don't get that. We are encouraged to ignore radical analyses and histories and to only engage within the frame of what's on the ballot, and then raising questions of how do things get on the ballot? Why aren't we determining what's on the ballot? Why aren't we determining the different set of agenda items to be brought up? All of those things get left off or dismissed as illogical or immature, or as being reduced to it's good or bad. So I have even praised you, Diallo, for your nuanced approach to voting, because I've said it comes from a context, for most part, of a radical political frame. But what we are encouraged to is not that. So to your point, I do not, as much as I'm arguing the Democratic Party is itself a fascist party that behaves in fascistic ways as a fascist party, individual members or candidates or campaigns or races are happening for different reasons with different people involved for their own purposes, where some relative gains might be of value if they're engaged, as I'm arguing, from the perspective of the organized perspective or frame. So but again, we don't get invited to that. So the differences that you want to highlight between the two parties get extrapolated in the context of liberal and neoliberal frames to mean, hey, we can do things within the Democratic Party that we just cannot do and shouldn't expect to be able to do, and that we should use in terms of their failures and limitations to expand or heighten the contradictions for real and expand our radicalness and encourage different approaches. That's at least more along the lines of what I'm trying to say.
It seems like we're only diverting based on, you will say that it is a fascist party, and I wouldn't go so far as to say it's a fascist party. But other than that, where is the disagreement or the divergence?
Listen, we almost at 3:30, and we can either go to voice comments or the comments, and we can finish out there. How y'all feel? Which one y'all going to?
I'm good. I got time.
Where's the divergent?
I'm not sure. I mean, I guess in our definition of fascism, I don't know. I guess.
Yeah, because I mean, I agree with everything you just said. It's just as we are victims of a genocidal oppression, and as I see how white people, the white progressives, white liberals, white left, and white right-wing reactionaries, as they progress upon and how many more times they're going to embark on a extermination campaign and genocidal murder orgies across the globe. I just think when we are diagnosing and in terms of what work needs to be done in confronting, challenging, and subverting their various agendas, I just think that we have to be more mindful, because, you know, when you call in, when white folks get to start to really,
I thought we had just agreed on what we disagreed or not to restate your whole argument. So do we get requests for FD to come on? Do we want to let him come on? I was only suggesting we wait because I didn't want to be rushed. But if you all have time and he has time, we can do it now.
I mean, we got time.
Is I actually would hate to bail on y'all. I got another 10 to 15 minutes, and I don't think that's enough to do it respectfully.
I mean, it's up to y'all. We could. I mean, if he even ready, because I think he said later.
Yeah, so it's up to. Look,
I'll go to the comments or the other stuff.
Anthony
I can do
says
another
we got
15
time.
minutes. I can go to 10.
No, he said he's still here. All right, the link's in the chat. The link's in the chat. FD, if you want to jump on, and we can. I mean, it could be part one. We can always have him back another time if we don't have time to get to enough today. But the link's in the chat.
We're not gonna audit voice again, but
and there he is. That's how it happens. What's up? What's up, FD?
Test.
You good?
Loud and clear.
Whew. What's going on? I was nervous. I saw the boss sent me a text, and I was like, "Oh no, they found it."
A lot of people sent it to me, so that's how I got it.
I can imagine. It's you know. I want to clarify a couple of things. We filmed, at least my portion of this was actually filmed before October 7th popped off, and I was really nervous once that popped off about how something like this might land, because the whole conversation is already perilous to begin with, and at least from my standpoint, being in the online left, which I want to clarify as well, because I see Geechee has some questions about that. That became such a landmine, unnuanced topic that I felt like the perspective I shared in the video was not going to be received well, especially in the moment, because if there was a series of events to kind of draw into to draw clarity as to why this perspective is not the greatest one to have, it's kind of what's happened since October until now when going forward. But, you know, it is what it is. I want this real quick, because somebody mentioned in the chat and Geechee threw out there calling out names. And like this, it was construed that my critique was about a radical left or radical leftist policies, and I want to make sure that's not the case. What I'm speaking to, and what I hope comes across in general, is that I'm talking specifically from the position I'm in, which is as an online left influencer culture. So we're not talking about online organizing of leftist politics or radical leftist activity. We're talking about the influencer culture, the fact that I have a large subscriber base, and some people watch me because of the politics I talk about, and some people watch me for anime and hip hop videos. You know what I'm saying? And what I've seen happen as a consumer of this content for the last couple of years, as a creator of this, as a consumer of this content for the last decade, and as a creator of this content for the last couple of years, is that there's a really outsized perception of what we do, both internally and by our fans. Our fans think that they're participating in action and pragmatic direct action by watching our content. And if you watch me, I consistently try to critique and draw into contrast that as not being the case. And so a lot of my words, I don't want to be construed. I don't know enough about the actual radical organizing or not so radical organizing going on independent of the online left to critique it. That critique is for myself, Cornbread Tube, the Greater Bread Tube, half the people I follow on Twitter, you know what I'm saying, the influencer culture. Because if there's one thing I think that I'm really confident on, is that the influencer culture of the online left needs to kind of check itself. It needs to do better about stepping back from certain conversations, or at least amplifying other people with better, more informed takes on these discussions.
So quick question before we get into your explaining the wash hands analogy. So you I think you said it maybe at least once, and I wonder how you felt about how she will cut up your words, because you was like, well, I don't know if this is gonna make it, and I don't know if this is gonna be in the final edit. Like, do you feel, and again, I'm not pitting y'all against each other, but do you feel like she did a good job in terms of representing her argument, and that everything that everybody was on there kind of was in line? Do you feel like some of your words were left out and it kind of took away context?
I don't think Olay took me out of context too tough. I think I don't feel too bad, at least until I hear further critiques about what I had to say. And if I didn't watch the entire video in its entirety, I kind of came in and out. I made sure to see what I said, because again, this is like back in September. But as I listened to myself in playback, I was like, yeah, that's a pretty accurate way that I might have wanted to engage with whatever the question was. We talked for like an hour and a half. That's kind of how these work. You're trying to pull out the most useful, juiciest bits of what you get from your interviewee to kind of feed into the thesis you want. And so while I can't speak to the entire thesis that Olay presented on the in the video, because I haven't watched the whole video. I didn't see anything that I said, "Ooh, I really wish I wasn't attached to that." At least in the moment. So all love for Olay. Olay's trying, her best to kind of operate within the specific space she's in. And I think the shit was straight.
Okay. And I mean, if you want to better click, because I probably did a bad job in trying to explain how you see voting for Democrat as synonymous or similar to washing your hand after you take a shit. Like what? I
didn't actually hear that particular critique. But my basic, and this is again coming from the perspective of how it's talked about in the online left. So in the online left, we have a very white, very petite bourgeois population. So for them, and it's also there's also a very neoliberal undercurrent in terms of how people consume our content. I watch this person, which makes me good. I don't watch that person, which makes because they're bad. You see what I'm saying? So like there's this constant discourse of who you like and who you don't like and what that says about you as a consumer. And so when I say it's like washing your hands after taking shit, I'm trying to draw into like contrast, like what are you really doing by watching certain people's content or by voting for certain politicians? Is a vote for Andre Dickens an endorsement of Cop City? I would say no, right? From my perspective, I have a list of choices of who's going to run the local politics of my city. This person seems like the least problematic. I'm going to do that. And so the hand washing analogy is, if I have to use the bathroom and I have germs on my hand from that process, I could use hand sanitizer. I could just, rinse my hands off with water and walk out the bathroom. But the best possible thing to do is to just wash my hands. And what I'm not going to do is present that as like, look how clean and progressive and well manicured I am, that I wash my hands after taking the shit. Like, no, you did something that's very regular. You really don't have to say much else about it. That's my personal perspective. I am very myopic toward electoral politics. I'm open to being corrected, but from the experience I've had, it doesn't make a ton of difference. But my participation in the activity is akin to, a drop in the bucket, a grain of sand. But if I know that this contributes to something that I think has a better outcome than the opposite, then I'm going to do that.
Diallo, you got the time crunch. You want to say anything?
Yeah, I appreciate the expansion. I think I understood it when he first articulated. Going into the presentation, I really didn't see. There are a lot of faults I have with some of the sisters' takes, but some of the criticisms I just didn't think held up from what they were saying. So I appreciate you, FD, and I appreciate the expansion. But and for those who needed clarity, I hope they got it.
I hope so. To carry water for Olay for a second. When you take on these types of big idea projects on YouTube, you have kind of two options. You can be lecture mode, right? Which is, here are all my citations, here are all definitions. I know one thing y'all said is, I really wish there was a definition of the left and different leftist entities in politics. Here are my citations, here are my definitions, here is the explicit through line of the argument, et cetera, et cetera. And that would be ideal. But somebody said in the chat, like, are you an activist or entertainer? And I've never been unclear about this. I'm an entertainer first and foremost, and I say that not just to avoid the culpability of putting out bad takes, because that doesn't happen. Like, here we are today, evaluating whether or not the take I had was good or bad, but to keep in mind that I should be an on-ramp for certain ideologies in politics and not your like last stop. And I want to introduce and create enthusiasm around certain ideas, but I can't present these ideas in their perfect form to illustrate not just the entirety of my ethos around a particular topic, but like a extremely well curated, well researched, and well defined take in general, because I have to think, how much time do I have with this person's attention span for this video, and will it be able to spread as far as it can based on how it's consumed as a product, Now, so go ahead.
Can I throw some hateration at you?
I have to take it. Yes, sir.
First of all, and this is pretty much you carrying the weight with her. So if in some of these things that she said or that was said in dialogue that didn't necessarily comfort you, but the suggestion that where you did mention where she was talking about educated people and defining these people who talk revolution versus and creating a separation between the trenches and people who have formal education or some other type of social mobility, and which is really weird that we are still talking about people with degrees being part of the elite. When the last time I rode a cab in New York, my cab driver was a mathematician and a math professor who had to drive a cab to be able to sustain himself and his family in the city. So I don't know why that is such a resilient sticking point that, oh, you got a doctorate or you have an advanced degree or some other type of title or accolade, then you're part of the elite or bourgeois, which is just has never really been consistent for Black folks, but isn't even consistent across the board. Number one, in that being so just sloppy with the assertion of who's the bourgeois, who's the elite, who's talking down to who's in the trenches and who aren't. Because I know a lot of PhDs and master's degrees and professionals who are in the trenches, economically and otherwise. Also, the repeated association with revolutionary being someone who's engaged in base level violence. In rioting and burning and attacking and shooting, revolutionary, as if, that is the only way to create such a limited and really unrealistic definition or image of what it is to be a revolutionary individual, or what revolution appears to be when it is enacted within a society or a community or an individual who decides to be revolutionary. So greatly distorting and limiting what revolution is and what revolution looks like for African people and others.
So I'll start with the second joint. I think that's just speaking to my own development and need to learn more about the politics. I think that's a very cogent critique, because when you're coming from, like, if you go, I would like everybody to go watch my Black Conservatives video, and in that I try to tell myself a lot in my content. And I tell myself, and I say that I was streamlined for the talented 10th. I came from a generation of young Black folks, millennials, professional parents, secondary degree parents. Everybody in my family went to college, and you get that very okay, everything is even now. Go out there, grab the brass ring, et cetera, and then you get introduced to radical politics, but it's all very captured. You know what I'm saying? Me and Dr. Ball have had multiple conversations, and I was so thankful to have found Dr. Ball as I was creating this platform, because
Please
I wasn't.
Call me Jared. It just sounds so crazy around.
My
here.
bad.
See, you got these doctors scared to be identified publicly as doc. See what y'all doing? They scared. They're scared and hiding.
I was like, I talked to Jared multiple times and thanked him
for our academics.
Because I didn't feel good about building such a big platform and then repeating the same limited politics that I thought I was participating in. So what you're speaking to there is a reflection of that weakness in my analysis. So I don't want to belabor the point there. The first thing though, I didn't talk so long. I forgot what your first particular. Can you give me the first one again? It was something I didn't agree as much in the first one.
Distinction between Black people in the trenches and us on online spaces, or people with degrees, or people with certain level of mobility not being in the trenches, or there's a difference, and the people in the trenches have more authority or more right to speak on or speak certain ways or speak on certain things, whereas we are somehow pretending because I have a degree, I'm not real or something. It's just
that's
also,
messy
real
as hell.
Also,
and I do have to go. Y'all done got me in trouble.
I'm sorry.
Also, while you answer this, I didn't play that clip, but you did make a statement about how, and correct me if I'm wrong, the socialist governments or countries failed because they had academic leading it or something like that. Like you made some kind of stuff. So go ahead.
But I got to make my exit. I've overstayed, so I'm gonna have to come back and watch your answer later. And sorry, y'all. Thanks to everybody.
All good. Thank you. See you next week. Appreciate you.
Peace.
Peace.
That's so for Diallo's particular critique, that again is a reflection of where I actually occupy, which is if you look at LeftTube and a lot of the online left, these are all college educated, petite bourgeois folks, white and Black, and in between, that have built these platforms. And we are all speaking to petite bourgeois, white and Black folks who can consume the content and discuss and think about the politics without actually facing the ramifications and ramifications of what those politics mean in the real world. And so most of pretty much all of what I have here is meant to be aimed at the space I occupy, which is somewhat different than what you all do here on Black Power Media. Somebody asked me in the chat, am I a part of an organization? I was like, no, I'm not. And that's one, because I'm still scouting and trying to decide like where I want to go, but it's also trying to think about whether or not my current platform and visibility is a liability. You know what I'm saying? Like, because one thing I've talked to Jared about is the weird gravitational pull that clout has on like how you move through the world, how I get recognized on a regular basis when I leave my house now. And, you know, and Atlanta has ridiculous police presence. And I had people, you know, calling me after I made the first Cop City video. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, whoa, what is my role here? Because I can't operate as a private citizen anymore. In terms of the statement about like different socialist and communist projects failing, that's just more speaking to my understanding. Again, feel free to correct me, as I'm sure you're all about to. That like when you look at China, when you look at Mao, when you look at different projects in Africa, the people that ended up like leading the revolutionary action, like it always ended up being the bourgeoisie coming to the people saying, you guys are great, let's lead the thing. And then they end up in charge themselves. And over time, of course, because of, counterintelligence programs by United States, et cetera, things break down, but it never looks good at the end when, we go from a socialist project to what looks like a dictatorship after a certain amount of time. And so my perspective is that when you have a disconnect between the people that are actually affected by the politics and people that are somewhat affected and aspire to revolutionary action as a way to prove their moral fortitude, as a way to prove their value and their realness, there's things that are missing. I've seen it firsthand, even in the creator space, because there's creators I know and fuck with that have done real world work that end up they're not able to build their platforms. They end up being marginalized in certain spaces because they can't quite get along with the bourgeois folks they're making content with. And so that's more reflection of that.
So, I mean, really, the only thing that go ahead, Geechee, my bad. Go ahead.
No, I was just, I guess I wanted you to go, but I did wanted you to maybe even, if not speak about the, things you studied, sources, or where you get it from, and then suggest that, I think how many people in the chat would say, look into organizations, be it Black Alliance for Peace, community movement builders here in Atlanta. But I think you'll be amazed how sometimes our language, because even I think me and Ricky used to have a struggle around the use of dictatorship and how like the word is just cringe, and every time we say it sounds bad, and it's like, well, what if the people have the dictatorship? What if they have the control of the state apparatus? And then you can look across the street in Nicaragua and see that process happening. That process is being defended, and quite far ahead of than it should be, with the hands of the U.S. imperialism trying to stomp it out. So it'll be interesting for you to look into those things. There's documentaries, there's videos around for you to check out, but most of all, there's people around you that you can continuously build with. But go ahead, Jared.
I mean, again, that's the only real area of disagreement with what I've heard or what I saw, again, not seeing the whole thing in that video, is I think to what Geechee is speaking to here, and I was just trying to write it down so I didn't forget, is the depth or persistence of engagement with radical scholarship, organizations, and histories. So when I hear you, and I'm not sure I caught it exactly right, but when I hear you say something like, the problems of, it sounded like you were doing the standard, we can't go start talking about socialism and communism because look what happens in those societies, they lead to dictatorship.
Right. Yeah.
So, and what I'm saying is,
but I understand
what I'm saying, Well, I mean, look what capitalism leads to would be one quick answer. But the other thing is what I really made a note here is that that's part of my problem, that the criticism of the left is occurring without an engagement with those histories and politics. So from what I've known of your work and some of those gathered in that video, there's not a persistent, deep engagement with those histories. So it just, we end up repeating, we just see the regurgitation of those narratives, which are largely false constructs. So I just made a note here, like in addition to what Geechee was saying, whether it's on or off air, I would prefer and encourage that you and more of the crew gathered there do more to engage with those histories. Or at least leave room to say, as I thought you've always done a good job of saying, here's the lane I'm in. There is this lane over here. We don't need to disparage it. Just acknowledge I'm not in it. And here's why in that video, and also we often hear this it goes back to this refrain of the left is as much of the problem as the right, and that's why we're staying in this lane, and anything to the left of us is immature or illogical. So I did make a quick note. If you're talking about socialism, I mean, my bias is people like Eugene Puryear, Brian Becker, I think would be either great interviews or off-record conversations about the actual history of these socialist movements and what electoral politics might look like engaging them. I saw her mentioned in the chat, Dr. Sharice Burden-Stelly has a new book out. She's a monstrous expert on these histories, particularly as they overlap with Black struggle. Like so my point is so when I tune into these videos and spaces, and it's like I see a condemnation of the left or a misrepresentation of the left, and a repositioning of we are the only legitimate left. That's where I start to get uncomfortable and defensive. And would
So
be my only, yeah.
I mean, again, not having fully watched the entirety of the video, but kind of knowing Olay and knowing the baseline thought process that goes into a video like this. There's an implicit belief in kind of understanding that this video is aimed at a specific audience that wouldn't really include Black Power media and Black Power media consumers, or criticisms of the type of left that Black Power media represents. And that's something that I think we want to change over time, and that I've been trying to change over time. But explicitly, when we talk about the criticism of the left that ever comes from a YouTube video, a popular YouTuber's video, mind you, is always going to be about the consumer base that we've cultivated and that's been handed to us by these big tech algorithms. And that's kind of like it's hard to translate that. Again, me and Jared have talked about it. It's hard to translate what this looks like from the perspective of a person with a larger platform who's also had conversations with these people at YouTube and Google about what gets to be seen and what doesn't. Why did the algorithm choose me and not, say, Andrewism, who I know you've talked to before, Jared? How do we get Andrewism to get a larger platform, et cetera? And it's a very insidious, and I get conspiratorial. And I want, excuse me, I've talked about it in videos before, and Jared, the Bamboozled video I'm coming out with next, I'm very critical of. I say I don't want to be the breadtube equivalent of The Wire, because the algorithm. I know it may not make sense to you.
It makes sense. That was I thought that was a.
No, my bad. I was looking at the chat.
Something else.
To something.
Oh, somebody said something wild in the chat. Yeah. And so you have to kind of recontextualize who this video is aimed for, and who so to say that certain portions of the left catch strays in it, I have to hold that. I don't think that was intended, but I can see through the critique y'all are presenting that definitely happened. But understand, when I make certain videos, I know the white folks are coming to see it. I know the white folks are coming to watch it. When I make other videos, I know the population who's coming for any particular video. And so a video like this, especially for Olay, who has a relatively large white population, it's a criticism of a detached a myopic and petite bourgeois, almost doomerist look at the politics and voting, and a criticism of that version of leftist politics, which is basically identity based. It's a cult. It's a fashion. You see what I'm saying? And like
but the names we hear are Garvey and George Jackson, and we don't hear the names of today's
consciously. I mean, that's the thing. So like you have what we would call like the left that y'all talking about. It like there's like consciously in particular. I don't know if that's your people's, but whatever. But he in particular, the left that y'all talking about is what we would call him, right? It was like the posting and the saying this or whatever. And so what I was about to say also is, so I grew up with Charlemagne, and he has said what y'all said to me countless times of if you really about it, just pick up the guns. And what he's saying is kill yourself, nigga. That's what he's saying. Go kill yourself. and so that's the conclusion we're getting to. Like, no, don't have a theory that creates political education, that creates mass mobilization to create the state no longer having the monopoly on violence, and or we having a block to say this is our position, and if this don't happen, there's consequences. We don't even get there. Just pick up the guns and go kill yourself. That's literally what is being said. And then, like Jared said, in the stray got names on it now because you said George Jackson. You said
I didn't say George Jackson.
No,
that's what I'm saying. That's why I say, like, yeah, the names
Jackson
we
hear,
brother,
the brother burning the garbage can in St. Louis. I'm like, wait.
I didn't see that part.
Like, it's almost like saying, it's almost like believing that Umar is the actual Prince of Pan-Africanism. We call him the Prince of Pan-African panhandling, but I mean, wow, like everybody.
So, oh man, I lost it. So, in terms of like that critique on direct action and the monopoly on violence, the thing that I would be critiquing in that is when. So quiet as it's kept, I live down the street from where Rayshard Brooks was killed, or murdered, I should say. Like that's the Wendy's I would go to when I wanted some nuggets at the last minute before I left the crib, right? And so I saw firsthand the uprising that happened there. And there was a lot of white people that have never been in this neighborhood. And I was frustrated because I had been running around the city the whole time, observing what was happening, like talking to people, paying attention. And what you saw, and I kept saying to myself, why aren't these niggas in Johns Creek? Or better yet, why aren't these white folks in Johns Creek? You see what I'm saying? Why aren't these white folks in in Alpharetta? Why are they here on the South Side? Why are they downtown burning shit that belongs to people that look like me? And don't get me wrong, I'm not condemning the value of uprising in general, but there's a bitterness that I feel when I know these are people who, after they come and throw bricks in our neighborhood, are going back to neighborhoods that they dare not touch. And so that's the essence of that critique. You see what I'm saying? It's not to say that, okay, you pick up a brick, It's as you're celebrating the uprising, what is the impetus for that? Do you just want to go rage and say you did something, you throw a brick through homeboy that got a shoe store off Georgia State? Or are you actually thinking about the next step to that or the steps that led to that? You see what I'm saying? And so, again, it's a problem of, so one thing that was pointed out is that there's a just introductory elements of radical politics to the online left content creation influencer space. We're just getting started. And so the analysis is incomplete. The critiques are going to be hit and miss. And the way it comes off, especially to people who are deeper into those politics, is going to be like, I don't know about how that take's going to land. And so, I own that criticism, which is why I get in and out. I come in, I try to get as much input from people I think know the deal, and then I all right, next video is about anime. Next video is about Eminem.
I struggled with it, but I like the Eminem joint.
Because you're a big Eminem fan deep down inside, Jared. I know.
Please. my least analytical argument is reserved for him, and it's the very Umar argument. This is where Umar and I are on exactly the same page. He can't be the best because he's white. That's just it. I just refuse. Just that general principle, general purpose. It's just I just refuse to. It just can't be. It's just not possible. No, but I and actually I like the nuance and the perspective you brought to that. But listen, I'm just running out of gas, to be honest. I'm just exhausted at this point. Yeah. I just need I need to go get lunch and take a nap.
First time
get ready for 4 hours.
Get that.
I don't know.
No, I need to get that. I'm looking at that early bird special for the elderly. I'm trying to get that 3 p.m. dinner. But no, man, FD, I appreciate you coming through on. I
appreciate y'all having me. I appreciate the critique. I appreciate the critique. You get to a point where your clout speaks for you, and you can't trust folks that put your hands to the fire and say, explain that shit, FD. I'm like,
Well, just I said it at the top. Like, she started out maybe 2 minutes and 30 seconds in and saying all states are bad, and I was like, I'm about to cut this shit off. And then, but I remembered that you and Mark was on there, and I was like, all right, so I'll at least try to get through them. But yeah, definitely, we appreciate it.
All right, appreciate FD, man, take it easy. Yeah, good looking out. Talk to you soon. Take care. Peace. Likewise. All right, Geechee, anything you want to say real quick before we get out of here?
Nah. We taking a break on the study group, only in our bye week, but. I think we'll be starting up again the week after next, and we have like a voting process, but there are a couple books, including Dr. CBS's new book that will be in our rotation. So we'll let people know what's next.
All right, right on. Thank you very much. Please like, share, subscribe, support the channel, Patreon in the show description if you can. Immaterially is accepted. Help is accepted as well. Please come back tomorrow for Saturdays with Renee, where both of us will be there as well. And make sure you got the bell rung so you don't miss all the other offerings coming out on the channel whenever they do come. So
pimp down, pimping the stress.
And peace to everybody in the chat. You know what I'm saying? This it's all good. I hope everybody has a wonderful rest of their day and weekend. Peace if you're willing to fight for it, like Fred Hampton used to say. And we'll catch you next time here at EYL and throughout the BPM platform. Peace.
You got to earn your liberation.